Good morning, everybody. We're here today because the scam threat is real. We're all potential victims. The perpetrators are getting more bold, more ruthless, and more global by the day. Transnational organized crime groups are targeting all of us with industrial scale fraud. These aren't small-time lone wolf crooks. They're sophisticated criminal networks operating with precision across the borders. They exploit technology, including artificial technology, and are draining billions of dollars from Americans' households. Federal Trade Commission estimates that scammers stole $158 billion from Americans in 2023. Almost $62 billion of that was stolen from our senior citizens. $62 billion would fund the entire Department of Justice for a year and a half. It would fund all public university tuition for U.S. undergraduates for a year. So we're talking about a lot of money. So where's it going? Transnational crime networks are using American dollars for drug trafficking, human trafficking, arms trafficking, and other evil projects along that line. According to 2023 Gallup poll, scams are Americans' second highest crime concern, just after fear of identity theft. Nearly half of Americans say that they've encountered a cyber attack or a digital scam attempt. 8% of the U.S. adults, that's 21 million Americans, were scammed in the past year. That means more than 57,000 Americans are being scammed each day. Scammers are extremely convincing, and their tactics are very effective. Calls from foreign countries appear on cell phones at the local bank branch number, the local police department, or another trusted entity. Artificial intelligence needs just 17 words of a person's real voice to create an entire script that sounds like that individual. So it's believable then when a caller that sounds just like your child or grandchild claims to need a few $1,000s after an at-fault car accident or for some other reason. There's a scam out there designed to entrap each of us. Americans are pressured, coerced, coaxed, encouraged, or even romanced into emptying their savings, draining their retirement, and wiring funds to accounts controlled by criminal organizations in other countries. Crime groups in Nigeria are known for internet scams, and crime groups in India are known for tech support scams. Chinese gangs run scam centers in Southeast Asia where trafficked individuals are often forced to carry out scam efforts. Those scams affect all Americans. We focus this hearing on older Americans for a few reasons. First, older folks are suffering over a third of all scam losses. They often have accumulated more wealth than younger Americans, so they have more to lose. Second, seniors belong to a generation that's more likely to answer the phone and is more likely to experience loneliness and isolation directly related to age. Lastly, financial exploitation increases the risk of both physical and mental health issues, particularly for older people. People who have been scammed often experience shame, anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. They also have an increased risk of suicidal thoughts and actions. This isn't just a call to protect the elderly, it's a call to defend our country's integrity, its financial security, and a moral obligation to protect the innocent. Before I call on Senator Durbin, we're going to have a 2-minute video demonstrating what we all know is going on. Proceed with the video, please.
Mom, it's me. I'm in trouble.
It's your loved one's voice. They're in trouble. You'd do anything to help them.
They say they won't let me go unless you pay them.
But it's not actually them.
New software can recreate the voices of loved ones in distress, and scammers use that to ask for large sums of money.
The Federal Trade Commission says it's making AI robocalls a top priority and educating people on the issue.
Romance scams are skyrocketing. Complaints grew 25% from 2019 to 2021, according to the FBI.
My name is Eileen Charlotte. I am a fraud victim, and my story was featured in a Netflix documentary called The Tinder Swindler.
Romance scams are big business for criminals. They prey on your heartstrings.
Being a fraud victim is reality for millions of people worldwide, because 45% of all crimes is fraud. We are blamed, shamed, and named. But by blaming the victims, we always let the criminals win. So I'm asking you to take action now.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to apologize initially for being late for the hearing. We had a briefing, bipartisan briefing this morning that Senators Thune and Schumer sponsored to discuss the horrific assassination of elected officials in Minnesota over the weekend, and also the experience of a member of this subcommittee, Senator Padilla, in Los Angeles last Friday. It was a sobering presentation on the question of the assassination and the vulnerability of many people in public life today. I would say that it calls for action, and this committee is going to be at the heart of it. We are responsible for oversight for the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and I believe that we will be called on to consider legislation on the subject in a very timely fashion. So that is the reason I was late. It certainly is no disrespect for the important topic we are discussing. The amount of fraud perpetrated against older Americans is overwhelming. According to the FBI, people aged 60 and older reported 4.9 billion, that's billion, stolen through fraud with an average loss of $83,000 last year, up 43% from the previous year. Elder fraud is a growing threat, and it frequently goes unreported, as the chairman said, because of the victim's fear, embarrassment, or lack of resources. New technologies like cryptocurrency ATMs pose a heightened risk for older Americans. We're considering a cryptocurrency regulation bill on the floor today. We may even vote on it today. Many of us had amendments that we wanted to offer. Unfortunately, no amendments will be allowed by any member of the Senate. No amendments. My amendments was to regulate the safety of crypto ATMs. What are crypto ATMs? They're machines you may find in a grocery store or a shop where you do business. And it looks like you can buy a Bitcoin and that's all there is to it. There's much more to the story. Crypto ATMs look like a regular ATM. You find them in gas stations, grocery stores. The big difference is that instead of depositing money with your bank, a crypto ATM allows customers to purchase cryptocurrency, something called a Bitcoin. These crypto ATMs have become a favorite tool of scammers because once a victim purchases crypto and transfers it to a criminal's digital wallet, it is virtually impossible to trace or recover. These scammers might be using new technology, but they're following a very old playbook. They call their victim and pretend to be from the victim's bank, or they impersonate a government official. They may announce to the victim that they missed jury duty, and because of it, they have to pay a fine. And to avoid a trial and a fine, they go to a Bitcoin machine and deposit thousands of dollars. Sounds impossible, happens all the time. They may say the victim owes money for skipping jury duty or needs to bail a loved one out of jail. It happened to my wife. She got a call from our grandson, and she was supposed to send money quickly because he'd been in an auto accident. She called me and said, "What do you think I should do?" And I said, "Let me ask our grandson who's standing next to me whether he was in an auto accident." And the answer obviously was no. It was a scam. They tell their victims all they need to do to make the problem go away is to pay a fine or a fee using the nearest crypto ATM. The scammer walks them through every step. Put in your money, buy your crypto, send it to the scammer's wallet. Crypto ATM scams led to nearly $247 million in losses in 2024, 31% increase over the previous year. And make no mistake, the crypto ATM companies know that their machines are involved in this fraud. One crypto ATM operator, Bitcoin Depot, wrote in an SEC filing, quote, "Our products and services may be exploited to facilitate illegal activity such as fraud, money laundering, gambling, tax evasion, and scams." That is a stunning admission in their own corporate product. But it gets worse. I don't want this to be personal, but I want the chairman to know it. An investigation by Iowa's own attorney general found over 98% of the money that the people in Iowa reported sending through Bitcoin Depot was part of scam transactions. 98%. Can you imagine? Crypto ATMs aren't being exploited. They're being used as indicated and misused, obviously, over and over again. And cryptocurrency in general are also increasingly used for fraud. In 2024, the FBI reported crypto-related crimes up 66%. Americans lost $9.3 billion to crypto scammers. Nearly 150,000 complaints filed involving crypto fraud, including more than 6,000 complaints in my own home state, and more than a third of all crypto fraud complaints filed by Americans over the age of 50. Statistics alone can't paint a complete picture. In Illinois, an elderly woman with MS lost $40,000, her entire life savings. The woman could not get around very well. The scammer even called an Uber car to pick her up and drive her to the local crypto ATM. This heart-wrenching story and many more like it are the reason I introduced the Crypto ATM Fraud Prevention Act with Senators Blumenthal, Reed, and Welch. It would require crypto ATM operators to register with financial regulators, warn customers about scams, and create transaction limits so that customers won't lose their life savings. The bill also would require operators to refund new customers who've been defrauded. We've got to do more to protect the people who send us here to do this job, particularly vulnerable older Americans. For God's sake, they paid their dues. They went to work. They saved up meager savings and maybe have a little Social Security on the side, and they barely get by. To be ripped off by one of these frauds has got to be beyond embarrassing. It could be completely destructive of their lifestyle. I stand ready to work with Senator Grassley and my colleagues to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Miss April Helms, the daughter of a romance scam victim and a founding board member of a nonprofit called Advocating Against Romance Scammers. Following her mother's tragic death, Ms. Helms has dedicated her life to spreading awareness about romance scams and helping those victims. She's also host to a podcast called Scammers Stories, where she has interviewed over 100 people from all walks of life who have experienced scams. Miss Jolene Gunther, the National Director of AARP's Bank Safe Initiative, a comprehensive intervention platform that equips the financial services industry to prevent and stop financial exploitation of older adults. In her work, she engages frontline employees at banks, credit unions, investment firms, retailers, and other providers of financial products and services. Under her guidance, AARP's Bank Safe Initiative has trained 1 in 10 financial industry frontline employees who have saved older adults more than $100 million from exploitation. Ms. Gunther holds a JD degree from University of Utah, master's degree in social work from Washington University in St. Louis. After Ms. Gunther, we have Joshua Berque, the Executive Director of the Industry Traceback Group and Vice President Policy and Advocacy at the US Telecom, the Broadband Association. Through the Traceback Group, Mr. Berque leads an effort to identify the source and stop illegal calls. In his U.S. Telecom role, he heads U.S. Telecom's policy development and advocacy on digital trust and consumer protection. Before joining U.S. Telecom, Mr. Berque was a partner at the D.C. Telecommunications law firm's privacy practice, where he worked on automatic calling related legal, regulatory, and policy issues. Brady Finta, founder and CEO of the National Elder Fraud Coordination Center, where Mr. Finta served in the FBI for almost 25 years, where his work focused on combating organized crime, gangs, and child pornography. He also served as supervisor of the Cross-Border Violence Task Force, where he specialized in transnational organized crime investigations, including kidnappings, murders, cartel finance, and money laundering. In 2018, he established the FBI's San Diego Elder Justice Task Force, and this year he opened and leads the National Elder Fraud Coordination Center. The center combats scams by aggregating and analyzing private and public sector through an organized crime lens. It ties cases together and creates high-dollar investigative packages of federal law enforcement investigation. Now, before you begin your testimony, we swear members at this hearing, so please rise so I can give the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? They've all answered positively. Ms. Helms, start out.
Thank you, Senator Grassley and Senator Durbin, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is April Helm. I'm here because my mother, Sherry Tyson, lost $350,000 to a romance scam before her passing in 2020 while undergoing treatment for late-stage ovarian cancer. It's been a long, frustrating, and heartbreaking journey that has brought me to this moment. And before I share the details, I want to express just how surreal it is that I'm sitting here with you today. In 2018, while undergoing cancer treatment, she became even more isolated, more susceptible. One day, while I was headed to a football game in my hometown, I received a text from her. It said, "I gave all my money away. I have nothing. Come get me." I was in shock. She promised, but she had lost her apartment, her car, everything. I told her she could move in with me, but on one condition, and that was she couldn't talk to the scammer in my house. She refused. She couldn't let go of the fantasy they'd sold her. Instead, she moved in with her sister in Mobile, Alabama. And when that didn't work out, she asked me to come get her so she could start fresh in Dallas with my brother. We made a plan to move her that day, but scammers had another plan. One of their tactics is to keep victims awake all night, exhausted and disoriented. That morning, as my aunt and my mother were preparing to leave, my aunt, who's sitting behind me today, found her collapsed on the floor. She never made it to Dallas. I believe with all of my heart that if it weren't for the scam, I would have seen my mother that day. In the early days, there was almost no information online about these scams. As someone with a background in radio news, I launched a podcast to investigate, to talk with other victims, law enforcement, and experts. I've interviewed people of all ages and professions who were deceived, smart people. A former CIA agent, she lost $1 million. A son of a marriage counselor who lost money. A woman who was married to a retired colonel. This crime isn't just happening to the elderly, it's happening to people my age and younger. A woman my age in Oklahoma recently made national news because her scam turned her into a money mule, like many do, and she's now facing up to 62 years in prison. I've interviewed the scammers themselves, too. One told me they like to target Americans because we have money and because of what we did with slavery. Many victims go to local authorities only to be told there's no crime because they gave their money away. Victims feel abandoned, penniless, ashamed, and taxed heavily for withdrawing their retirement savings. Some even take their own lives under the weight of the despair. Today, I serve on the board of Advocating Against Romance Scammers, a national nonprofit focused on prevention, education, and advocacy. My mother deserved better. Every victim does. We urgently need Congress to act to ensure no more families are shattered by this cruel and complex crime. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my mother's story.
Good morning. My name is Jelaine Gunther, and I am the National Director of AARP's Bank Safe Initiative. I'm honored to speak with you today on behalf of more than 100 million Americans aged 50 and older. I've spent my career working to prevent fraud, starting in a prosecutor's office, then at the state level in Utah, and now nationally at AARP. Congress's work addressing fraud has really opened up opportunities for prevention, from providing immunity for reporting fraud when financial institutions train their staff, to encouraging the sharing of industry promising practices. And we're seeing the results. AARP's Bank Safe program builds on the goals of those laws. We partner with 1,500 financial institutions to stop exploitation before the money leaves the account. The free training we created with the industry, paired with policy adoption, has helped prevent more than $450 million from ever being stolen from consumers. But this fight is personal. It's in my DNA. My grandfather was a banker and a victim. In his 90s, someone was taking cash from his wallet. My uncle, also a banker, noticed the red flags. And in a move only a banker would think of, he planted a die pack in my grandfather's wallet. Our family literally caught the thief red-handed. Most families aren't that lucky. They don't have bankers, and they don't have die packs. So that's why I built a program at the very bank where my grandfather worked, so other families wouldn't have to rely on luck to protect the people they love. Because fraud isn't an accident. It's a crime, and it's happening at a devastating scale. The FTC reports older adults lose between $7 billion and $62 billion a year. In a blink of an eye, someone can lose their entire retirement savings. The financial industry can be the last line of defense, but only if we give them the authority to act. Let me tell you a story about Brittany. She's a young college student working as a bank teller. After taking AARP's training, she noticed a man acting strangely. He wanted to withdraw all of his money from his account, and he kept on going outside to take calls. She slowed things down, asked the right questions, and she said to me, I wouldn't have caught it without the bank safe training. Her actions protected this man's life savings of $50,000. And this isn't rare. A study found that bank-safe trained staff save 16 times more money than those without the bank-safe training. But we're still leaving tools on the table. Today, most financial institutions can't delay a suspicious transaction unless their state specifically allows it. Yet, according to the American Bankers Association, 90% of institutions in those states say holds would be beneficial. A study also confirmed that delaying and holding transactions like the one that Brittany used are among the most effective frontline tools. But there are outdated regulations that really tie the hands of the very people best positioned to act in real time. Meanwhile, criminals are coordinating across telecom, tech, social media, and the financial industry, while we ask these same sectors to work in silos. We need a federal coordinated response under your leadership to make this happen. That means empowering financial institutions to delay suspicious transactions without fear of liability, enabling the real-time information sharing of fraud, and requiring social media, tech, and telecom platforms to become part of the solution, not hiding places for criminals. Australia is already doing this, and it's working. Scam losses dropped 43% after they launched a national response. And this isn't just about stopping theft. It's about protecting trust, preventing negative impacts to business and government, and ensuring the independence of adults in the final years of their life. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your leadership on this critical issue. Your continued partnership is vital to sustaining the vigilance, innovation, and coordination we need to fight the scammers exploiting the American people. I'm Josh Berkey, Executive Director of the Industry Traceback Group, or ITG, the FCC designated entity to trace back unlawful robocalls, and Senior Vice President at US Telecom. I've also served on the Aspen Institute's Task Force for Fraud and Scam Prevention and the FTC's Scams Against Older Adults Advisory Group. The communications industry has been making meaningful progress confronting scam robocalls. We've deployed tools like call blocking and labeling, stir-shaken call authentication, and traceback. We are leveraging these tools in the fight against ever more personalized fraud schemes. Traceback helps us identify the actors behind fraud calls and has supported dozens of civil and criminal enforcement actions at every level of government. We know the combination of identifying bad actors responsible, including through traceback, and then holding them accountable works. A couple stats here. Raids of Indian call centers in 2016 led to an overnight 85% drop in IRS scam robocalls. And a similar Canada-India crackdown in 2018 led to a 77% decline in similar calls to Canadians. Today, thanks to coordinated action by industry and government, many of the most disruptive, high-volume scam calls no longer reach vulnerable Americans at the same scale. Indeed, scam robocalls are down over 50% from their 2021 peak. But today's fraudsters aren't blasting millions of robocalls impersonating the IRS or Social Security Administration. They're targeting individuals with live calls and finely tuned deception. They spoof bank numbers and pose as fraud teams. They impersonate loved ones and local officials to steal from their victims. And as we've already heard today, in the case of older adults, they can rip away what their victims spent a whole life building. We are not powerless against these devastating scams. It used to take law enforcement months to determine who made an illegal call, and now through ITG tracebacks, we often find those criminals within hours or days. That speed and scalability allow us to keep pace with today's fast-moving fraud. In recent years, we have proactively expanded our work beyond telecom. Our collaborative cross-sector partnerships have broadened traceback's reach and relevance as a tool for disruption, and they could be a difference maker in building actionable criminal cases. While we can't undo what's been done, we can go after the bad guys and prevent further harm. The threat of foreign actors exploiting U.S. networks is not new, but their tactics are evolving. Increasingly, we trace calls to foreign actors posing as U.S.-based entities, forming shell LLCs, and in some cases, impersonating real companies, all tactics designed to evade scrutiny. Criminal enforcement remains essential to deter these groups that are orchestrating these scams. Some tactics, like SymBox is used to route calls from abroad, require actors to be present in the U.S., creating a rare opportunity for enforcement. Turning that vulnerability into a point of disruption and deterrence should be a clear priority. We're responding aggressively, but we cannot make arrests or prosecute the criminals even when we identify them. That's where we need government support. There are 3 things Congress can do that would make a meaningful difference. First, establish a national anti-scam strategy with a designated federal lead or task force. We need a coordinated federal response, and we need to treat scams as what they are, crimes. Our strategy must prioritize cross-border criminal enforcement. Second, provide a safe harbor for improved fraud prevention and detection. Emerging partnerships across industry sectors are showing real promise in identifying and disrupting scams. A well-scoped safe harbor could unlock deeper collaboration. Third, support and scale what works. As scams evolve, we need to double down on tools and partnerships that have shown real results. While we've made progress, fraud continues to take a toll. We must now focus on turning progress into impact, helping to deter, disrupt, and penalize fraud, ensuring the criminals can't target another victim. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Good morning, Senators. There was a time not long ago when Americans felt comfortable answering the phone and talking to strangers. We weren't suspicious of every number we didn't already know, and skeptical that every text or email might be an elaborate scheme to steal from us. Fraud has become ubiquitous in our country. For hundreds of thousands of older Americans every year, it has a life-altering effect, causing them to lose their life savings, damage their mental and physical health, withdraw from society, and even to commit suicide. As the chairman said, the FTC estimated losses just to our elders at over $62 billion a year. Some of these losses include both of my parents. Where does it go? Transnational organized crime groups overseas, some in countries who are our nation's adversaries. This is a national security threat we as a country are not effectively mitigating. It's most clearly manifest in the annual statistics from both the FBI and FTC that show dramatic increases year after year, particularly among our elders. I'm unaware of any other crime which victimizes a particular demographic of Americans at these levels. I think it's time to admit that what we're doing is not enough to stop or even slow the progression of this crime. We have to do something more dramatic. I'd like to make some recommendations on things our government could do to address this enormous problem. First, we should better leverage America's private sector efforts. Fortunately, many of America's companies already have capable anti-fraud and vulnerable persons programs, and they're highly skilled at using this data to uncover fraud. But these companies have only a small piece of the elder fraud puzzle. And this puzzle among companies is not getting put together on a regular basis. The same is true with law enforcement. Agencies are not sharing information enough, and even different departments in the same agencies aren't sharing enough. Next, we should build a network of elder justice task forces across America, EJTFs. As a nation, we've created task forces to combat internet crimes against children, terrorists, drug trafficking, and gangs, but not to counter those criminal organizations victimizing our parents and grandparents at an epidemic level. The power to change this dynamic is within our grasp by creating these task forces and teaming them up with the public sector. Historically, state and local law enforcement have had little or no role in investigating transnational organized elder fraud cases. However, their investigative resources are crucial in the solution to this problem because there's just not enough federal agents to adequately counter this threat. Combining these resources will allow for more mutually supporting investigations across the country, as well as prosecution of co-conspirators committing state crimes. This would create the capacity to better handle the enormous number of complaints. Linking the work of these EJTFs and some national oversight would make a more effective and efficient mitigation. We should build a support network for these EJTFs. Each one would need the support of a law enforcement coordination center in that region, aggregating and analyzing the elder fraud complaints collected by the various law enforcement agencies in that area, and combine them with complaints from Adult Protective Services, IC3, FTC, and the like. These leads can be analyzed, prioritized, and used to initiate substantial investigations. Proof of this concept lies within the San Diego Elder Justice Task Force and the Elder Justice Coordination Center that supports that task force. Once created, these EJTFs would have the support and the resources of the National Elder Fraud Coordination Center, a clearinghouse designed to aggregate and analyze and elevate the efforts of the private sector. Coupling the EJTFs with this coordination center would give America's companies the ability to contribute at scale to the elder fraud fight and allow for law enforcement to develop bigger, more impactful investigations faster. Building this network would be a massive first step in bending the curve of elder fraud in America, keeping billions in the accounts of older Americans and inside the U.S. economy. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank each of you for your testimony, and I'll start, and then Senator Durbin, and back and forth that way. 5 minutes each. Mr. Finna, requiring fast and efficient sharing of data and intelligence is very important. What are the biggest breakdowns in information sharing between federal, state, and local agencies when it comes to elder investigations? Would a more formalized information sharing hub or federal coordinating mandate help track and take down transnational scam networks more effectively? I think you've touched on this already, but this gives you an opportunity to expand.
Absolutely, Senator. I appreciate the question. I believe it's the only way to make an impact on this crime is to have a whole of society approach and a coordinated approach to this. And I'll give a perfect example. In just San Diego County, 12 different law enforcement agencies, all independently siloed, not sharing information on any of these cases. Until we put that together with a coordination center, you didn't realize that victims in Carlsbad and Coronado and El Cajon and Santee and San Diego were all victimized by the same criminal enterprise, not being investigated by any one of those individual departments or federal agencies. Unless we do this nationally, I do not think we're going to be able to get ahead of this crime that grows every single year. However, I do believe we do have the assets nationally between our public and private sectors and these efforts. If we put them together, I think we could create real impact.
More time for you with this question. How does the National Elder Fraud Coordination Center make a difference, and what can Congress learn from your efforts?
So National Elder Fraud Coordination Center, we call it NEFC. essentially focuses on pre-existing efforts, predominantly in the private sector. And I'll give you another example. Amazon does investigations into fraud and vulnerable persons programs. They come up with a certain number of selectors related to the bad guys in their investigations. We take those selectors and we share them with telecoms, banks, other nonprofits, other different financial institutions, tech companies, and we aggregate the information that they've collected on those same selectors in order to present to law enforcement. What that does is it gives law enforcement a huge jump start in a type of investigation that would normally take months and months and months to get to that point, saving effort and making each case more impactful.
Mr. Berque, a recent survey sponsored by Google said 53% of Americans report receiving at least one scam call per day. What should we be doing as a nation to regain trust in our telecommunications system and to protect citizens from the growing rates of scam calls?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think our industry shares that concern. We all want the same thing. Calls people want getting through, calls people don't want getting through, and that's what the industry has really been focused on. I think the way to really focus on that is we really do have to go after the bad guys. We've built a lot of protections in the network. There's been a lot of enforcement against enablers of that, and what we see is that the criminals behind this just keep adapting and finding new pathways. So I think that's really got to be part of the answer, going after the bad guys.
Ms. Gunther, 13 different agencies currently play some role in collecting data about and fighting scams. There's criticism that they operate in silos, and there's a lot of talk lately about the need to centralize data collection about scams. How might it bolster our law enforcement efforts if financial institutions were able to report fraud to a central repository accessible by law enforcement authorities and financial institutions?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's a great point. Right now, we're very siloed. The IC3 with the FBI is collecting data, the FTC is collecting data, and then the Department of Treasury is. And those really need to be aggregated together so that people can report into that and we can understand more and more about what's happening in this area. So that we can have better statistics and know what these criminal networks are doing. And I think one of the biggest barriers to that is really the privacy concerns that they have with financial institutions not being able to share information because of consumer privacy regulations.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I listened to your testimony and I'm glad to hear all of it. And I think we're all on the same page. The one thing that I'm surprised is if there was any reference to crypto ATMs, I didn't hear it. I think that's the new device that's being used with great success by the scam artist. And I would just refer again to my neighboring state of Iowa, represented by the chairman. Their attorney general is on this case, looking at crypto ATM. An investigation by the Iowa Attorney General's office found over 98% of the money Iowans reported sending to Bitcoin Depot were part of a scam transaction. 98%. It gets worse. CoinFlip, another one of these operations, 95% for fraudulent transactions. These aren't real. I had a vaping shop in my hometown of Springfield, Illinois. I asked them to finally remove the crypto ATM machine because the owner was so embarrassed by the older people who came in there crying, tearing up, screaming, putting money into a machine, believing that they were saving themselves from a criminal prosecution. I mean, it's an outrage. So, Ms. Gunther, you know what I did with my bill because I worked with AARP to do it. Do you support it?
Yes, we do support it, and we've seen firsthand at AARP how victims are being funneled to these crypto ATMs by people, a variety of criminals. And what criminals do is they want to go to those transactions because there are no guardrails to these, right? There's no trained staff like you have.
No do-over.
Yep, no do-over. there are no consumer warnings, and there's no clawback. And that's why it's so important to have those guardrails. It's the same that we have guardrails in our traditional financial industry with banks and credit unions. We've seen that with BankSafe, when there's friction in the system, it gives people that pause to think something's wrong. And so by putting those frictions in the system with crypto ATMs, it will help cut down on fraud. But I think we really can't get to it until we get to the front end of the issue, which is trying to figure out how to cut it off, the communication from the criminals that are using the social media, tech, and telecom company platforms to communicate with consumers.
What percentage is using a telephone now for these scam transactions?
I don't know that specific statistics, but I'm happy to get that for you for our office.
Mr. Berku, how much?
I don't know for sure either, but it is something that we're continuing to focus on, is when that communication comes through a phone call.
So when I warn senior citizens who are worried about these scams, be very doubtful of that telephone call. You're not going to get the telephone call from the Veterans Administration or the Social Security Administration. They're making it up. It's all phony, and they're trying to get you to do something you shouldn't do. I can recall getting a call from my bank, and they said, we're just checking a suspicious transaction. By the time of the end of the phone call, it was clear it was a scam. I told the fellow I just wasn't going to follow through, and he had some choice words for me. But is it safe to warn senior citizens to be extremely doubtful and careful when they receive this telephone communication?
I think, unfortunately, the current status of fraud, it is good to have everyone on their toes. I know AARP just launched a new campaign. I can't quote it, but it's pause and listen. So I think that's really good recommendations. And one thing I always tell people, if it's the bank calling, tell them you're going to hang up and call back the bank's public number. And if they protest, it's not the bank.
That'll be the end of the story. So if anybody asks you for a Social Security number over telephone, what's the answer?
No, thank you.
Never do it. How about passwords to get into your accounts?
That I would recommend against that as well.
Let me ask you about the crypto issue, Mr. Fenta. You seem to be aware of it yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. Very common in pretty much every transnational elder fraud case now. It's kind of hard to find one without crypto transactions, and specifically the ATMs.
I think some 13 states now have put in safeguards by their state law. Because I cannot offer an amendment to the crypto bill, there'll be no amendments. I won't even be able to raise this issue on a national basis. We ought to do it once and for all. This is a classic example of an amendment which, when I was here a few years ago, would have been accepted on a bipartisan basis, trying to establish some safety when it comes to these scam transactions. But we were being allowed by the crypto industry no amendments, none, to this bill. Take it or leave it.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. I am one of the newest members of the Senate. As you can see, I am sitting at the kids' table down here. The most junior member of this committee, but the most excited because I was a former federal prosecutor, a judge, the Attorney General of the great state of Florida, and now I get the opportunity to take all of that I've learned and experienced, especially as it relates to seniors and some of the issues we're talking about, and delve in on a nationwide basis. And I want to thank you because as I'm hearing you, you're coming up with real solutions and recommendations, pointing out challenges in the way we are structured and the way we share information, the way we might approach this in a more organized, efficient way. And I haven't heard once that the way we can fix this is to throw a ton of money at the situation. In fact, I think I heard multiple times we have the resources, we're just not using them in the best way. And so as I have been here now for almost 5 months, one thing that continues to shock me is that we will sit through these hearings and will be, and I believe I've sat on a hearing of similar substance, and going down the line, we need more money, if you only give us more money, if you only give us more money. And it seems pretty now obvious how we have ended up as a nation with $36 trillion in debt, because there is a culture now here in Washington, and I guess it is now expected by everyone to fix a problem. The only way to do that is you just throw endless amounts of cash at it. And I have found over the course of my career in working with law enforcement and interest groups as to particular law enforcement issues that sometimes it's a leadership issue, or it's a coordination issue, or it's a structure issue. And it might take a lot less money if we fix that problem first. And so, thank you. This is a refreshing morning of people who know what they're talking about, genuinely offering solutions that doesn't just include throwing endless amounts of cash at a situation. And I want to echo something that Ms. Helm said. This problem spans all walks of life. Smart people are falling for these issues. And I think the specific reason seniors are targeted is because they have life savings. And sometimes they are not as adept or skilled at using rapidly evolving technology, whether that is to safeguard their assets that they're trying to manage online, or whether they're not used to using social media platforms in a way that is safe. So this is a challenge. As Attorney General, I noticed very quickly that our federal agencies and many times have a limit or a loss where they will actually prosecute. And sometimes that could be $5 million. And while the average person might lose what seems to be a little bit amount to a federal agency, when accumulated amongst all the victims, it could in fact exceed that, but we're not sharing information and we don't know what that true loss is. So in Florida, as Attorney General, we set out to create the first of its kind in the nation at a statewide level, working with our individual counties of law enforcement and even then our cities to make sure they knew that there was a state level resource to share this information, these victims, so we could accumulate that data and go after. And we saw some success right away. You have the skilled people at the statewide level that were able to help their local jurisdictions and law enforcement. And if it met a certain threshold, then start working with the federal government when they would take that. And I'll start with you, Mr. Berku. I think you alluded to this. Do you believe that having a federal approach or one person in charge of working with states at a statewide level to start developing the expertise and law enforcement acumen as it relates to cybercrime and cyber fraud and seniors is absolutely needed right now, because we're seeing more and more of these cases take place and could in fact exceed what would be a federal cutoff?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think it's right for federal leadership, for federal coordination with the states and across the federal government too, because even with the federal, the FTC, FBI, FCC, DOJ, they all have a role. And so just that we need a central coordinator that raises this issue to the level of prioritization it deserves.
And I'll turn to you, Mr. Fenta. You kept referencing the problem here are these silos. There's no information gathering. There's no organizational structure to have the folks that are dealing with it at a federal level interfacing with statewide, because most states don't have targeted teams like this. What would be your recommendation if one were to approach doing that at a federal level? Where would you even start?
I would basically start with what we already have. We've figured this problem out to some degree with respect to internet crimes against children. Right? We put ICAC task forces in every major city in the United States, predominantly staffed by state and local officers, with a vertical prosecution model, DA's office, U.S. Attorney's office working together. These ICACs are able to actually infuse the hundreds of thousands of leads they get every year. We could duplicate that with EJTFs and actually start to get our hands wrapped around this problem. And the thing that we don't understand, or that we're not seeing, is because there's so few cases right now, the amalgamation of the intelligence of those few cases will get dramatically heightened when you have more of those cases. So if we just mimicked that model and built these EJTFs, it would start to change things.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my colleagues for the kind words about the murders that happened in Minnesota and the work that needs to be done going forward. The people we lost were tremendous people. And so I'll start with a question actually out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, because they presented the evidence yesterday to the nation. In 2023, and they're fine people that work there, they successfully prosecuted 3 people who defrauded over 150,000 elderly victims across the country, stole nearly $300 million from them by convincing seniors to pay to enroll in fraudulent magazine subscriptions. It was one of the largest elder fraud schemes in our nation. Like Senator Moody, in my former life as a prosecutor, I actually started an elder white-collar crime division in our county attorney's office and know how bad this can be. Mr. Finta, what barriers do these government and law enforcement agencies face in seeking information necessary to fight scams, securing information?
Well, unfortunately, I think there's a pervasive thought process, particularly among our local law enforcement agencies. Hey, there's nothing we can do. Bad guys are overseas, money's in crypto, it's already gone. There is always something we can do, especially if we just start documenting these cases and working together. There's plenty of people in the United States who are co-conspirators in these criminal enterprises that are necessary for them to operate effectively. Mm-hmm. Those turn into great leads as soon as they get arrested.
Right, thank you. Ms. Gunther, in 2022, Senator Collins and I actually passed a bill, Senior Fraud Prevention Act, to create an office in the FTC focused on fighting scams that target seniors, education, which some of you have referred to. Quickly, do you agree that investing resources targeted at stopping elder fraud scams is an effective strategy in trying to educate seniors?
I definitely think that educating seniors is part of the tool set that we need to have. We know that it's effective when we're actually educating people, and there's different ways to educate people with behavioral tools so they're actually making changes and can recognize and spot those specific red flags of a scam. Mm-hmm. So we do think that, but there are other tools. We need to give tools to the financial industry to actually stop suspicious transactions, mm-hmm. because education is not a one size fits all. We need to have a coordinated federal response. We need financial institutions to be able to stop and pause on the suspicious.
And then one of the things I'm concerned about is just slashing the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection budget by 13% or effectively dismantling the CFPP, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. To me, that seems like a bigger problem, which is what's in the budget right now that we just received from the administration. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that, but I can put you in contact with someone from our office.
Okay, very good. But I just think we should realize what's going on. I want to turn quickly to AI. I actually have had in my someone I know well whose son serves in the Marines. He got a call when his son was deployed. That was his son's voice that had been scraped off the internet. This isn't a senior scam, but we're seeing so much of this with seniors, and saying, I'm in trouble, I need money, basically. And he figured out something was wrong when he started asking questions and hung up. But I think the grandma might not have done that, or the grandpa. Ms. Helm, you testified about some of the ways scammers have ruined lives. What should people know about the dangers of AI-generated scams?
Yes, when my mother went through her scam, this was right before AI exploded. So they used very archaic tools of video of a man in a dark room, and they would voice over the actor in the video. And they were actually pretty convincing, enough to convince my mom to give $350,000 away. But with artificial intelligence, this is going to explode. They are so convincing, and they've got money to back people up to make these scams even more convincing. They'll send you a $100,000 check, and it'll cash.
Mm-hmm. Makes you think we should be doing some rules of the road on AI, which we've had a bipartisan effort going on. And one of my biggest fears of this is just the scams that are going to affect individual people. Senator Blackburn and Senator Coons and Tillis and I have worked on deepfakes. But we have to make sure this incorporates some of these scams going forward. What we do, Ms. Gunther, do you want to add anything on AI?
Yeah, so with artificial intelligence, it is very scary. We're seeing them adopted. We're getting calls, hearing from our members where they're cloning voices. It's very difficult to use AI to detect that. And so that's why it's really important to have other tools as well. Not only do banks need to adopt artificial intelligence, but they need to do it at a faster pace. But they also have to use other tools in the bucket as multi-factor authentication as well.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to each of you, thank you for being here. Ms. Helm, I thank you for weighing in and working with us as we developed the romance scam bill that we've been moving forward with at Commerce Committee.
Thank you.
I appreciate your input on that. You know, one of the things we realized was the entry point for a lot of these scams and these financial crimes are the dating apps, and especially the dating apps for seniors. And so when you talk about an entry point, that seems to have been it. But what we have learned, and Mr. Chairman alluded to this in his opening, these are really transnational organizations. And pardon me, this is a big business. And I know U.S. consumers lost, the estimate is $1.3 billion last year in these scams, but that is what is reported. And we know many of these don't get reported because of embarrassment or they figured it out, but they've already lost several $1,000s in the process. And as we were working on our legislation, what we found is that some of these sophisticated transnational criminal organizations will actually promise people that they will get them to another country, many times the U.S., for high-paying jobs. But what actually happens is it's a form of human trafficking tied to it. They're brought here, and then they're placed in what are called fraud dens. And in these fraud dens, they work the internet, they work the phones, and they create these relationships, and then they are scamming people out of hundreds of millions of dollars every year and telling these individuals that they were going to bring to the U.S. and people that they're trafficking that they have to work out their debt. So that's how they keep them in these dens. But Mr. Fenta, I want you to speak for a minute about these transnational organizations and what we know about them and their underpinning as it relates to these crimes.
Thank you, Senator. These TOC, transnational organized crime groups, they're not really any different than the Mexican cartels, the TOC East groups doing cyber crimes. They're configured relatively similarly, particularly in the way they launder the money. So one thing that we noticed doing elder fraud investigations is that a lot of the money that we were tracing through these accounts was also in the same accounts with proceeds from narcotic sales, human trafficking, all kinds of other crimes. So it's not necessarily about the crime as much as the criminal groups. So we have the sophistication in our government and in our private industry to do these investigations if we coordinate them and work them together to have more effect. I think it's more a function of us choosing how to do that as opposed to letting the crooks choose, because they're plenty sophisticated. We need to be at that same level.
Yes, and I think, and you alluded to this earlier, as we have worked on the Kids Online Safety Act and worked with industry and worked with parents, we've seen some of this skill set develop, and it could be transferred over. Mr. Berku, I want to ask you, and thank you for the work you've done on tracing the illegal phone calls, the robocalls, and those things. Talk a little bit about traceback, and give me an example of where traceback and or a cross-sector collaboration has led to a criminal conviction and to unraveling part of this network?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think we'd love to see more of our work lead to criminal convictions. That's where we just really think that needs to be a priority. Where a lot of our work, so we trace the calls, we get examples from illegal calls, referrals from law enforcement, data we source ourselves, working with the financial institutions, tech companies, others, and we'll trace that back to the source. And basically, we see 8 to 10 different voice service providers touch that call along the way. And so that's why we need traceback to find out where it really came from, who made the call. So that's the traceback effort. It's been very successful in civil enforcement. Where we'd love to see it amped up is in the criminal side.
Okay, let me ask you this. With Wi-Fi calling, have you been able to follow any on Wi-Fi calling? And if someone's using a VPN, does that obstruct your work?
So for us, yeah, our focus, if it hits the public telephone network, we trace it back. If it's purely over the top, like a WhatsApp call, that would be outside the scope of what we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much. I just want to flag for any Rhode Islanders who might be listening that if you're getting texts and emails that say you owe a toll and that proceedings are about to begin against you because of unpaid tolls or tickets, consider that to be a scam and be very wary about clicking onto any link in that text that purports to be the way that you're going to pay off the unpaid toll or ticket, and know instead that this is almost certainly a scam. The Department of Motor Vehicles and the Rhode Island Bridge and Turnpike Authority have both put out notices that these are not their way of dealing with customers who owe them money. And so when you see that, be very, very wary. That's my public service announcement for the day. I'd also like to put into the record the story of a Rhode Islander who was the victim of a romance scam and lost a great deal of money to a scammer who was sentenced to serve 121 months in prison by then Chief Judge Jack McConnell in Rhode Island. It is hard to overstate what happens to an elderly person who is both betrayed by someone who she thought was a romantic interest, who she thought was a friend, who she had come to count on, and then also to come back from that and find that her finances are in complete disarray and she's going to have to really rethink what the rest of her life looks like, that it's going to change her entire financial position going forward. So I ask unanimous consent to put that
without objection
in the record. One of the things that helps the fraudsters is anonymity. That is very often provided by VPNs or by fake names. Very often the big platforms have a role in all of this. And we don't have a whole lot of time right now, but I really would be grateful if each of you, if you have thoughts about what the best things that we could do to penetrate the anonymity where it is a part of the scam, and to figure out how to hold the platforms more accountable for supporting these frauds, I would be grateful, because I think, this has been a good hearing, Mr. Chairman. It's been very bipartisan. Everybody has constituents who are being scammed by these predatory folks. Some of them are from overseas. When I was U.S. Attorney, we had what they called 419, I think they called them scams, where A Nigerian minister suddenly discovered that he had $4 million squirreled away and just needed to get your account information so he could store it in your account, and you'd get $2 million of the $4 million and he'd get the $2 million. It was going to be a great deal. All you had to do was give him all your bank information. Yeah, how did that work out? So the more we can drill into who is really behind these things, the trick with those was trying to figure out who was at the other end of it. And the Secret Service did a pretty good job of investigating, but now anonymity is even worse. And therefore, these frauds are practiced more prevalently and with less accountability. So your thoughts on dealing with the anonymity problem and how we can break through that to find the perpetrators more regularly, I'd really be grateful for. And thank you for the hearing, Chairman. Question for the record, we'll call that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of our witnesses. Clearly, scamming elders has been going on for way, way too long. And I think they are a particularly vulnerable group of people because perhaps part of it is that, one, they may have resources, but two, they may be trusting. They may be trusting. I remember telling my mom, who lived with us, that if anyone ever calls, to not respond to them. And she said, but that's very rude. I said, because I told her, why don't you have to just hang up. She said, that's very rude. I said, well, then just say no thank you and hang up. But I think that, the fact that they're very vulnerable is, one wonders what more we can do. I think there's more, of course. So I think there's bipartisan support for the idea that we should work together to combat this type of targeted fraud. But it's pretty much all kinds of fraud that has to do with financial fraud. And the thing is that it bothers me that in February the CFPB was effectively shut down. And as we know, CFPB educated Americans about scams and responded to complaints, and it returned over $21 billion from basically financial scams. So this is not a time to be shutting down a very effective agency, and that's probably maybe one of the reasons that it's being shut down. And then in April, the DOJ announced that it was disbanding its National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and would no longer target crypto mixing services that criminals used to launder the proceeds of their scams. And I led a letter to the DOJ asking for a briefing on this topic, but have received no answer. And we know that there are these crypto ATMs that are very busy scamming money from unsuspecting people. So there's a lot going on, and hearing from all of you, I was particularly interested in Ms. Gunther saying that, and you represent AARP. Now, that is one group that spends a lot of time informing your members about these kinds of scams. But you mentioned that there is more that the financial industry can do to alert people. Could be alerting their relatives that their parents are being scammed, or whatever. And you said that Australia had done something, had enacted legislation to enable financial institutions to put holds on what could be raise red flags. Can you tell us more about what Australia has done?
Yeah, absolutely. Australia is a great, promising practice. It's been in the last year or two that they've put this together. They've done kind of what we've all been talking about here today, which is a coordinated national response. But it's also bringing all of the players in the ecosystem, every point of the scam, of the journey of the scam for a consumer, whether that's telecom, social media, the financial industry, tech companies, all together to make them responsible. Because I think we're looking just at the end point, which is the financial industry. And to your first part of your question, is that the financial industry, they're their arms are tied because they're not able to, when they teller sees, hey, this is suspicious, there's a red flag here, they're not able, and that person still wants their money because of old regulations, they have to process that in about half of those states. Half the states don't have the ability to hold.
So do the other witnesses agree that this is something we can look at doing, following what Australia is doing to bring a lot of people together? In fact, Mr. Burke, I think you said that there should be a nationally coordinated response to these kinds of scams. So would you agree that would all of you agree that we need to focus on what's happening to our elders and put together a national response? Would you all agree that that would be a good thing? And it would probably require legislation.
I mean, I can say I agree. I think there's a lot of work the industry's doing. There's little segments of work that's across it, but I think we need a government-led national strategy that's in coordination with the private sector. Absolutely.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay. I did have one last question for Ms. Helm. It sounds as though your mother, not only was she scammed by this romance scam, but even when she knew that this was a scam, she still continued to want to participate. So there's a whole psychological aspect to this kind of scam that we need to also address.
That's the biggest riddle of this whole thing. I could not get my mother to stop. And all the families I speak to, about 90% of them email me or call me and say, how can I get my family member to stop? And that's the answer that keeps me up at night. I don't have an answer. I know we do need more therapists who are aware of the problem. And there is one therapist in particular, Kathy Wilson, out of Littleton, Colorado, who is putting a program together to teach other therapists about the emotional impact of romance scamming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Peace, and your perspectives are pretty darn important to everybody that gets hurt by these crimes. Now we have a process for written questions. They can be submitted for the record for 1 week from today, and then for you witnesses for answering these written questions, we'd like to have you 2 weeks after you receive them, if you could get to us. Thank you all very much.
answer that.
Committee will come to order. It is rare that these things start on time, but we are starting on time. And I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Nearly a year ago, I held a press conference with a bicameral, bipartisan group of colleagues demanding answers as to why the World Anti-Doping Agency betrayed its mission and allowed 23 Chinese swimmers to get away with doping. Unfortunately, almost a year after the explosive New York Times report exposing the scandal, WADA has failed to provide answers. Instead, all that they have provided are threats, stonewalling, and intimidation. My message remains the same. My colleagues and I will not be threatened or silenced for promoting fair play and advocating for clean sport. Here are the facts. In 2021, credible allegations emerged that 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive for a banned substance just months before the Tokyo Olympics. What did WADA do? Instead of launching a thorough investigation, they turned a blind eye. They accepted a deeply questionable explanation and allowed these athletes to go ahead and compete. Many of them went on to win medals. This wasn't just a lapse in judgment, it was a cover-up. Just as disturbing is WADA's effort to use our own Olympic bids as leverage. In response to legitimate U.S. Senate concerns, WADA and the IOC threatened our country's bid to host the 2034 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. And now we have reports of secretive contract arrangements and backroom deals between WADA, the IOC, and parties connected to Salt Lake City's bill, all while WADA's own failures go unaddressed. This is nothing short of a scandal, and it actually strikes at the heart of the Olympic spirit. Fast forward to today, and the World Anti-Doping Agency refused to appear before this committee and answer our questions. Now, WADA's refusal to engage on this issue or work in good faith with the U.S. leads me to one question: what exactly are they hiding? Let me remind everyone, the U.S. is WADA's largest financial contributor. American taxpayers help fund this agency, and yet WADA has treated our concerns with disdain, and our athletes have been treated with disrespect. Their pattern of inconsistent enforcement doesn't stop with China. From Russia's long history of state-sponsored doping to weak penalties for other nations, WADA has sent a dangerous message. If you are an authoritarian regime with a willingness to bribe and cheat, the rules don't apply to you, and our door is open. As we look forward to the 2028 Summer Games in LA and the 34 Winter Games in Salt Lake City, the stakes could not be higher. These games must not be tainted by the same corruptions and cover-ups. American athletes who compete with integrity deserve to know that their competitors are held to the exact same high standards. We've heard from athletes who are tired of watching cheaters take the podium, tired of the mental and emotional strain, and tired of institutions who refuse to protect them. Their voices matter, and today we're listening. This hearing is about accountability. It is about ensuring that WADA no longer shields corrupt regimes from consequences. It is about making sure our athletes can compete fairly and safely on the world stage. WADA is not above the law, and this committee will not rest until the agency is reformed and held responsible for its failures. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chair Blackburn, for organizing today's hearing. This is our first hearing for the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Data Privacy in the 119th Congress. With that in mind, I wanted to share how much I look forward to working with you, Madam Chair, on so many of the important issues our subcommittee oversees: safeguarding American sensitive data, promoting transparency and innovation in the artificial intelligence world, elevating Team USA and helping collegiate athletics earn fair compensation, and protecting the Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission from overly influential efforts from the executive branch, and making sure that their Senate-confirmed commissioners who have been fired are either swiftly reinstated or replaced. Today we're going to discuss how to strengthen anti-doping enforcement, as you've described, about the recent scandals that have brought a dark cloud over the integrity of Olympic sports. I went to my son's graduation a couple of days ago, and the commencement speaker was Katie Ledecky. So I don't have to tell you what school we were at. And she gave a spectacular speech, a really impressive, impactful speech. And my son later pointed out that athletes now are commonly asked to give commencement addresses because they've been under the heat lamp of media attention. They've done spent a lot of time explaining themselves and describing circumstances and situations, and they do a very good job at summing things up in a way that people can understand. And certainly Katie Ledecky, if we had more time, I would walk you through the first couple points she made. Maybe Ms. McLaughlin will help fill it in. Every 4 years, the world comes together around the Olympic Games to celebrate and cheer on their players, their teams. And each year over these 4-year periods, we expand the field of competitions and we attract new fans to stadiums around the world. We inspire our youth to dream big. Athletes dedicate their lives, often, almost always from a very early age, for that sole honor of representing their country, in this case, the United States, where they get to wear the red, white, and blue, and they get to hear our national anthem played in medal ceremonies. Among the athletes who compete on behalf of Team USA in the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris, 29 of them call Colorado home, which we're very proud about. We're a proud home of the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee that oversees Team USA and our Olympic preparations. We're home to the Olympic and Paralympic Training Center, where we train over 15,000 athletes every year. We're home to the U.S. Olympic Museum, which displays the original scoreboard from the Miracle on Ice, for those of you old enough to remember that, the victory over the Soviet Union. We're home to the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, investigating the instances of substance abuse against athletes. We're home to many of the governing bodies, the NGBs for Olympic sports, and home to the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, USADA, which enforces doping rules for our athletes. To ensure fairness and transparency in Olympic competitions, the World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA, as Chair Blackburn has described, they are responsible for enforcing the anti-doping regulations in international sports federations. In the months leading up to the Tokyo 2021 Summer Olympic Games, the China Anti-Doping Agency, CHINADA, found that 23 Chinese swimming athletes tested positive for a banned substance, trimetazidine. This substance increases stamina and shortens recovery time, is widely banned as a performance-enhancing drug. What actions did World Anti-Doping Agency take following the tests? They refused to investigate how China's swimmers consumed the banned substance. They failed to disclose the testing results to the public until after the New York Times broke the news in spring of 2024. During the Tokyo Olympics, these same swimmers who tested positive won several medals, including 3 medals, and ironically defeated Katie Ledecky, one of the few times she's lost in a final. Since the fallout, the world has, I think it's fair to say, lost faith in WADA. In response to the doping scandal, the United States took decisive action, withheld its $3.6 million contribution to WADA. First time a nation's ever taken this action, withholding funds. The United States withheld funding to WADA because their past conduct now raises important questions about the future of Olympic sports. In the next few years, the United States is hosting the FIFA World Cup next summer in 2026, the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028, the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City in 2034, and countless world championships across several sports. So how can athletes across Team USA and around the world have confidence that they stand on a level playing field with their competitors? The Olympic torch has burned for 129 years to represent unity, to shine a light on athletic achievement and excellence, to bring the world together during times of peace, but times of tension. We should not let WADA's misconduct tarnish the next Olympic Games or rob another member of Team USA from their rightful place on a podium. Fairness and transparency is what Team USA and literally every international team deserves and what this committee continues to demand. That is why, on a bipartisan basis, last year we joined Senators Cantwell, Cruz, Blackburn, and Blumenthal to send one strong message to the World Anti-Doping Agency. Essentially, we said enough is enough. WADA must increase transparency in its investigations and regain the athletic community's trust. We must shine a light on past misconduct, both in WADA and what they examine, and ensure that U.S. athletes, from Katie Ledecky to Katie McLaughlin, who is with us today, that they are never undercut again. I'm pleased that in addition to Ms. McLaughlin, who proudly represented Team USA in swimming, we're joined by an expert witness panel of individuals who enforce anti-doping rules in the U.S., who have represented the U.S. in international anti-doping deliberations, and are leading voices in sport law. Just as the United States remains at the forefront of all-time Olympic medals, 2,761, although I don't need to brag too loudly about it, we also need to lead the world in transparency and accountability. Thank you all for coming here, for your testimony, taking time out of your busy lives. It means a great deal. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. And I recognize Chairman Cruz for his opening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for convening this hearing today. Sports are more than just a game. They're a critical part of our culture that teaches valuable life lessons such as teamwork, discipline, communication, respect, and perseverance. Sports are also a cultural unifier that brings Americans together to cheer on Team USA at the Olympics. The Olympics provide some of the most iconic moments in sports history. Who can forget the legendary 1980 Miracle on Ice, when Team USA hockey brought home the gold and triumphed over the Soviet Union? It's one reason why Team USA athletes are often considered cultural heroes who inspire the next generation. But our athletes didn't just wake up one day being able to compete at an elite level. They earned it from blood, sweat, and tears, literally produced from countless years of training and sacrifice to pursue their dreams of earning that coveted title, Olympian. To pursue that dream with confidence, sports requires a culture of integrity built on fair competition and following the rules of play. When an athlete cheats, it undermines the value and existence of sports. Cheating can take many forms, including the use of performance-enhancing drugs known as doping that give an athlete an unfair advantage over their opponents. Doping should have no place in sports. And I would say I am glad doping is not a major problem in the United States Senate. Else we might have senators with unusually enlarged tongues and an ability to be loquacious at a level that was truly painful. But it is also why 190 countries, including the United States, support the World Anti-Doping Agency's mission to, quote, lead a collaborative worldwide movement for doping-free sport, which is mandatory for participation in the Olympic movement. In fact, the United States withheld $3.6 million of taxpayer funding and dues for WADA in fiscal year 2024, the most of any other country, to monitor and enforce against doping in sports, including at the Olympics. The next highest contributor is Japan, who spends $1.5 million per year, less than half of what the U.S. pays. Sadly, confidence in WADA is at an all-time low. Recent news reports reveal that WADA did not enforce the doping rules to block 23 Chinese swimmers who tested positive from performance-enhancing drugs from competing in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. WADA's decision to not enforce these rules may very well have impacted the Olympic swimming competition results for Ms. McLaughlin, one of our witnesses today, who competed against these athletes in Tokyo. This not only harms Team USA, but it undermines the integrity of the doping-free sports mission that WADA claims to uphold. In advance of the 2024 Paris Games, Senator Cantwell and I jointly sent a letter to WADA asking for documents regarding the 2021 doping scandal. We also called for action to guarantee fair competition for Team USA at the upcoming Paris Olympics. WADA not only refused to provide answers to this inquiry and other government inquiries, but allowed the same Chinese athletes to compete again in the 2024 Paris Olympic Games without any consequence. Shortly thereafter, the International Olympic Committee announced that Salt Lake City, Utah, would be the host city for the 2034 Winter Olympic Games. News reports indicated that the IOC, likely in cooperation with WADA, took an unprecedented move to demand that Utah officials sign a contract to recognize, quote, the supreme authority of the WADA in order to host the Olympic Games in Salt Lake City. It is shocking that WADA, whom we rely upon to ensure fair competition, not only refuses to be transparent and accountable, but appears to have made unfair demands of a United States city to stymie legitimate federal investigations into its role in the swimmer doping scandal. Last year, I explicitly called for withholding U.S. taxpayer dollars from WADA until it returns to its mission and is transparent about its handling of the swimmer doping scandal. I intend to continue this call. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on what else we can do to ensure WADA is held accountable and that our American athletes are fully protected. Thank you.
Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you.
Recognized.
Thank you, Chair Blackburn, and thank you and Chairman Cruz for holding this important hearing. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Congress has a critical role to play to ensure that America's athletes are provided every opportunity to succeed. This means committing to a level playing field across all aspects of sports, from equal pay to anti-doping. In 2022, we passed the Equal Pay for Team USA Act that I led with Senator Capito, which codified equal pay and treatment at the highest level of competition. This means ensuring our athletes are free of abuse, mistreatment, by supporting the U.S. Center for Safe Sport and pushing for necessary reforms to ensure the center is living up to its potential. U.S. athletes continue to face another hurdle with the immense amount of work that goes on into competing at an elite level. We owe it to them to ensure that it's a fair competition. I, too, am concerned that the lack of transparency with the World Anti-Doping Agency demonstrated with the cover-up of the positive test by Chinese swimmers ahead of the Tokyo Summer Olympics in 2021 and the lack of accountability of what has taken since. We should not have to wait for an investigation reporting to uncover positive tests from elite athletes. That's what our anti-doping agencies are supposed to do. But even in the wake of the press reports, WADA has failed to be transparent. Last summer, Chairman Cruz and I wrote a letter to the anti-doping agency to understand why they did not challenge the findings from the Chinese Anti-Doping Authority. We also want to assure that WADA takes additional measures to ensure that the Paris Olympic Games were fair and free from doping, and their response to that letter was inadequate. It is a refusal to participate in what is an important accountability. I am sure that today that we will hear from witnesses about this issue. I am sure Katie McLaughlin, who has competed and exceeded at the highest level of swimming, can speak to how much effort it takes to stay in compliance with anti-doping rules. I'm glad to see that we have Diane Kohler here today, whom I appointed to serve as the co-chair of the Commission on the U.S. Olympic and Paralympics, which was established by Congress in 2020. The Commission, in its 2024 report, found that the United States Anti-Doping Agency is the model of success in the Olympic movement, as over 3/4 of the athletes and coaches reported trusting them as an organization. This speaks to Mr. Teigart's success in leading that agency. So thank you to Professor Kohler and to the entire bipartisan commission for your work on this important subject. To ensure clean sports, USADA receives funding from the Office of National Drug Control Policy to invest in anti-doping research. It is because of this research that rigorous adherence to anti-doping rules that the U.S. is the leader in anti-doping. I am concerned that the Trump administration's severe cuts to scientific research and development could hinder this impressive work done by the U.S. in anti-doping research. I hope they'll reverse that. Cutting funding for sciences is the wrong message to the rest of the world and for us to maintain our U.S. leadership. I'm glad to see Dr. Gupta here. Thank you for being here, who served in the Biden administration and can speak to the importance of scientific development to ensure U.S. leadership in anti-doping. We have a responsibility to ensure our athletes are able to compete in the fullest extent of their abilities at the highest level. To do that, the competition must be fair. As we approach the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Olympics, both hosted by the United States, we must ensure that the competition will be fair and free from doping. We also need to support the cities that are hosting these games, including Seattle, Kansas City, Houston, Los Angeles, and have the infrastructure in place for this experience to go well. That is why Senator Moran and I introduced legislation, the Transportation Assistance for Olympic and World Cup Cities Act, to provide the grants and other assistance to improve the regional transportation for those cities. I asked the chairman to put this on a bill at the next markup. So thank you again, Chair Blackburn, and to Ranking Member Hickenlooper for holding this important hearing.
I thank the ranking member. I'd like to introduce our witnesses today. Mr. Travis Teigart, our first witness, who is the CEO for the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, otherwise known as USADA. USADA manages the anti-doping program for all U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee recognized sport national governing bodies, their athletes, and events. Dr. Rahul Gupta, our second witness, is president of GATC Health. From November of 21 to 25, Dr. Gupta was the director of the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy. He helped coordinate the U.S. anti-doping activities, including representing the U.S. at the World Anti-Doping Agency. Ms. Katie McLaughlin, a U.S. Olympian specializing in freestyle swimming events. She won a silver medal at the Tokyo 20 Olympic Games as a member of the U.S. Women's 4x200 freestyle relay. Katie is also a 3-time gold medalist at the World Championships and a 3-time NCAA champion. Ms. Diane Kohler, our final witness, is a professor of law and director of the Center for Sport and Law at the University of Baltimore School of Law. Her academic focus is Olympics and amateur sports law. Welcome to each of you. At this time, I recognize Mr. Teigart for your 5-minute statement.
Thank you. 96. 96. That's the number of medals that were potentially impacted at the 2021 and 2024
Olympic Games. 96. This includes 18 American medals, 14 of which were potentially gold. These 96 medals were potentially impacted by China sweeping dozens of positive tests on their elite-level swimmers under the rug, while the global regulator, the World Anti-Doping Agency, otherwise known as WADA, did nothing about it. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here, discuss how we can protect the rights of American athletes and fairness in all Olympic and Paralympic competition. Unfortunately, we find ourselves once again at a crossroads for the soul of sport. Fairness and integrity are yet again under attack by the failures of the global anti-doping system. The urgency to act has never been greater, given that we right now are in the golden age of international sport in the United States. Major events, as we've already heard, like next summer's FIFA World Cup, the 2028 Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games, the 2034 Winter Games, are all coming to the United States. It is our time. And we all know that a home field advantage is important, but it does not overcome a doped field advantage. And America will be robbed again if we don't act and get WADA straight. This moment isn't just about medals. It's about showcasing America's values and excellence. We're going to welcome the world and celebrate our commitment to fairness, to equal opportunity, and clean competition. Athletes like Katie you're going to hear from, and their powerful stories are our shining light. They're our North Star. This is why we are here pleading for help to allow athletes to have a level playing field and ensure America fulfills the promise of a fair mega decade of sport in the United States. This China scandal is happening on the heels of the Russia state-sponsored doping scheme. It is no wonder why the world's athletes are incensed once again. And Madam Chairwoman, how does WADA respond? Instead of acknowledging and fixing its failures, WADA has dug in to protect the Chinese and its backroom secret decision-making process. If WADA had any legitimate answers, they would be here. This is the third time they've been invited but declined to come to Congress. So what can be done? First, WADA must disclose the entire Chinese TMZ dossier. Justice for athletes demands it. Second, the time for blind trust in WADA is over. WADA must be audited by independent experts. Finally, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, WADA must be independent. One of the core principles of an effective anti-doping system is that it must be free from sports influence. You cannot have the fox guarding the henhouse. It is a concept that is as simple as it is effective. Unfortunately, WADA is not independent. WADA promised the U.S. it would make their president and vice president independent. They have betrayed that promise, and they did a classic bait and switch. We should continue to hold U.S. funding until this promise has been delivered. In the first Trump administration, the White House took 3 impactful steps. First, working in a bipartisan way with Congress, authority was granted to ONDCP to withhold U.S. taxpayer funding unless WADA reformed and did its job. Also, the White House convened a landmark global summit on WADA and brought the world together seeking change. Lastly, President Trump signed into law a very bipartisan Rodchenkov Anti-Doping Act that allowed the prosecution of those who prey on athletes, such as coaches, trainers, doctors, and dirty officials. These actions send a clear message that the U.S. will not allow American athletes to get robbed and that U.S. taxpayers will not continue to bankroll a broken system. We must continue to build on the momentum for change in a bipartisan way. We should work with our domestic partners, such as the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, domestic sponsors, including Comcast, Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Visa, and others. Also, a coordinated government strategy with Congress, ONDCP, and the State Department, working with our government partners and allies around the world to fix WADA. As the host of the upcoming games, the IOC and international sport are going to be expecting a lot from us. Congress and the White House should ensure the investment we are making into hosting these events is properly insured to protect the right of American athletes to win the right way on our home soil. We don't want to fund fraudulent games. Let me be very clear. We need a strong WADA. We support the mission, but we need a WADA that is truly independent, a global regulator, not a lapdog to interests other than anything besides clean athletes and fairness in sport. Thank you for your attention to this important matter, and we look forward to your questions, but also ways we can continue to help fix this global system. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gupta, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, ranking members, and this committee. My name is Dr. Rahul Gupta. I serve as president of GATC Health Corp, a tech bio company, and formerly led the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, representing the United States as well as the Americas region on WADA's executive committee. I'm honored to testify here today on a matter that goes to the very heart of sport, fairness, and American values, the governance of the World Anti-Doping Agency, or WADA. We must never forget that behind every medal, every anthem, and every flag, there is an athlete, often a teenager or a young adult, who has dedicated their life to honest competition. They train in the dark before sunrise. They sacrifice their bodies, their free time, and sometimes futures in pursuit of excellence. And they do it clean. Yet, today, their dreams are being undermined, not by a rival, but by the very institution meant to protect them. WADA was created to ensure that every athlete in every country plays by the same rules. But WADA has strayed from that mission, and the evidence is now undeniable. When 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive for a banned substance before the Tokyo Olympics, WADA did not open an independent investigation. It did not inform its executive committee. It quietly accepted an explanation of contamination and let those athletes compete, while clean athletes from other countries watch the podium slip away. No athlete should have to ask, did I lose because someone cheated and no one stopped it? Yet, that's exactly what happened. And when I, as the U.S. representative to WADA, asked questions, why we weren't told, why no sanctions, why no transparency, we were met with deflection. The so-called independent investigator offered no recommendations, no accountability, and no answers. This is not a technical lapse. It's a governance failure, and it breaks faith with every clean competitor. The United States, as WADA's largest public funder and founder, could not in good conscience continue business as usual. That is why we withheld our dues and demanded reforms. We need transparency in decision-making, true conflict of interest protections, independent oversight, and a permanent U.S. seat at the table. WADA leaders responded by removing us from its executive committee. And that's not because we broke rules, but because we dared to challenge a broken system. The United States was a democratically elected member representing the Americas region. That is now not how global institutions should operate. That is not leadership. That is fear of accountability. And the timing could not be more critical. As has been said here, in the next few years, the world's eyes will turn to the United States for 2026 FIFA World Cup, 28 LA Olympics, and 2034 Salt Lake City Winter Games. If WADA's dysfunction goes unaddressed, we risk hosting events under a cloud of doubt and distrust. This is not about vengeance. It's about vigilance. It's about restoring fairness, not just for American athletes, but for every athlete from every country who dares to play by the rules. Congress now has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to act by passing legislation that ties U.S. funding to reform, by insisting that WADA includes athletes' voices and national accountability, and by making it clear that integrity is not negotiable. It is indeed the price of our support. Let me be very clear. This is not about medals. It's about meaning. It's about telling every clean athlete, from the swimmer in Nebraska to gymnast in Georgia to the fencer in France, that we have your back. That doping will not win. That integrity still matters. And that United States will not just play on the field, we will lead off it. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. McClellan, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. Thank you guys so much for having me. My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm an Olympic silver medalist, and I'm so honored to be here and share my story with such an accomplished group. When preparing this, I kept telling my mom and like anyone that would listen to me how unreal it felt, because I just feel like I'm like just a girl that had a big dream. And I think that's exactly why I do feel like I belong here. I'm just a girl who dreamed of swimming for Team USA, and now it matters so deeply to me that the next version of me and the next generation who has a dream of doing the same gets to compete on a level playing field. Like many swimmers, I grew up glued to the Olympics on TV. In 2008, I was like 11 years old, and I remember watching Natalie Coughlin, Michael Phelps, and all those Team USA relays just dominate, and I felt this overwhelming pride to be an American, and I knew I would do anything to be in their shoes one day. No matter how much time or work or sacrifice it would take to get there, I was gonna do it. And as one could imagine, being an elite athlete or Olympian takes a ton of hard work and sacrifice. We show up to the pool 10 times a week, 11 and a half months out of the year, and hope at the end of it all, we're tenths or hundredths of a second better than we were the year prior. We spend that much time training, looking for an edge or just something to set ourselves apart. And again, as a clean athlete, that was the only way and the only option to lead me to achieve my dreams. And it did. At 15, I made the national team for the first time and was entered into the anti-doping testing program, which meant I had to let officials know where I'd be 24/7 every day of the year. They could show up at my house or school or practice anytime, anywhere for random drug testing. And they did. And over the next 10 years, I was tested more times than I could count. But I never once questioned it, because I believe that's what we all did. I believed in the system, I believed in fair play, and I never even considered that anyone might not feel the same. To me, competing clean wasn't just a rule, it was a responsibility. I was representing my country, my teammates, my family, and when I stood on the blocks, I wanted to know that I earned that place honestly. When my relay team swam under the world record time in Tokyo, we asked to be tested, even though we hadn't won gold. We wanted it documented that we were proud to race clean. That's how much we believed in the principle. So when I learned later that some competitors may not have had that same lead up, that the rules didn't apply to these athletes, it broke my heart and my teammates' hearts. Because, Madam Chairwoman, clean athletes carry the weight of sacrifice and discipline and transparency. And when that's not honored, it undermines the whole point of what we're fighting for. What's particularly disheartening as well is to learn that the powers that be, WADA, who's supposed to be the one holding everyone to the same standard, is not holding everyone accountable. It's really hard to understand how the fundamentals of sport and pride for hard work and pride for representing one's country has been tainted by these actions. In 2016, I was hoping to make my first Olympic team, and 5 months before our trials, I fractured a vertebrae in my neck. And I tried to come back in time, and I didn't make the team. And it was devastating, but it lit a fire in me, and I knew I'd be back. And I was. In 2021, I finally made the Olympic team and won a silver medal in the 4x200 relay, and it was an absolute dream. My teammates and I left everything in the pool. We believed in doing it the right way, and we were so proud of our hard work that earned that medal for the USA. In 2016, that personal heartbreak was out of my control, a complete accident that inspired me to be back. But in 2021, when learning about the scandal about the Chinese swimmers and how that could have been prevented had the correct rules been applied, that one had a different sting. And at the end of the day, we can only control ourselves, and that has given me peace as I've stepped away from the sport, knowing I gave it everything and that my family, coaches, and supporters sacrificed so much to help me chase my dreams. But what about the next young athlete who steps up on the blocks and doesn't have a shot at fairness? Young athletes get one chance to achieve their dream, and they can't on an uneven playing field. And that's what drives me to speak up today. I don't want to stay quiet knowing another young girl like me is out there working just as hard, and she might not get a fair shot. Madam Chairwoman, we Olympians are individuals with individual stories, but what unites us is that we fight for honest, clean, and fair competition. At the end of the day, it's about the people, it's about the pride, sacrifice, and integrity, and it should never have to be a question about whether the playing field is level. I care about the future of my sport and that everyone dreaming of being in my shoes gets a fair shot at achieving their dreams. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for your leadership and help protecting the future of sport.
Ms. Kohler, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dionne Kohler, and I'm a professor of law and the director of the Center for Sport and the Law at the University of Baltimore. I've published several articles on the United States' efforts to fight doping in sport, and I also co-chaired the Bipartisan Commission on the State of U.S. Olympics and Paralympics, which provided its final report to Congress last year. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I commend this committee for taking up the issue of how the United States should respond to WADA's continued failure to fully meet its mission. Members of the committee, WADA has suggested that the U.S. is hypocritical and behaving politically. Yet the U.S. has for decades been a leader in tackling some of the most important, challenging issues affecting elite sport and has never shied away from taking action, even when the target is the United States. From confronting the issue of sexual abuse of athletes to the Equal Pay for Team USA Act and more, the United States and this committee have repeatedly stepped up to protect athletes and the integrity of sport. The U.S. has for decades also shown the same resolve concerning doping in sport. Countries like Russia and China have long used doped athletes to win in international competition. And the U.S. certainly has had its own issues. Before USADA was formed, our drug testing program was administered by the entities charged with selecting athletes for international competition. This obvious conflict of interest prevented the U.S. from administering a credible drug testing and sanctioning program. In the late 1990s, however, the U.S. government took strong steps to ensure that rather than ever being perceived as cheaters, we would be leaders in the fight against doping in sport. We led international efforts to establish WADA and implement the World Anti-Doping Code. And in 2008, we adopted the International Convention Against Doping in Sport. It is useful to review the principles underlying the convention, which include the belief that doping has serious consequences for athlete health, the principle of fair play, and the future of sport, the obligation that the international community cooperate toward the elimination of doping in sport, that public authorities and sport organizations have responsibilities to prevent and combat doping in sport, and that these authorities and organizations must ensure the highest degree of independence and transparency. The United States has more than lived up to these obligations. Congress designated USADA as the official anti-doping agency for the U.S. and provided the majority of USADA's funding. This has been taxpayer money that is well spent. In my role as co-chair of the Commission on the State of U.S. Olympics and Paralympics, I saw firsthand how USADA has performed. Although our commission was not charged by Congress to review USADA's operations, our research, surveys, and interviews repeatedly turned up evidence that USADA is a trusted, respected organization that is fulfilling its mission. USADA operates the way a national anti-doping organization should, and indeed the way any domestic or international sporting organization should. Unfortunately, I cannot today say the same about WADA. The way WADA handled the Russian and Chinese doping cases and others have made clear that it is not enough to hope that individual WADA leaders do the right thing. WADA's structure must be such that it can and will always do the right thing. This is not a partisan issue. Under both the previous Trump and Biden administrations, we have taken steps to ensure that WADA fulfills its promise. Yet despite years of U.S. efforts to work with WADA to achieve the necessary reforms, WADA still has not fully implemented the changes necessary to ensure that the principles reflected in the Convention Against Doping in Sport are consistently upheld and not disregarded when politically expedient. This is not surprising, as WADA remains far too tethered to the International Olympic Committee and international sport powers and does not operate with the independence and an ethic of transparency that are necessary to meet its mission. Continuing to fund WADA under these circumstances risks endorsing the status quo, and it also sends a message to American athletes and the American public that clean sport and fair competition are no longer a priority. In conclusion, in 2008, I wrote a law journal article that questioned whether the fight for clean sport could survive in the long term. I stated that the fight against doping may not continue with as much force as in the early years of WADA if the international community does not follow through and, quote, suspicions of athlete doping from countries such as China and Russia persist. Members of the committee, we are at that point. If the commitment to clean, fair sport is to endure, the United States must take a lead role to ensure that WADA fulfills its mission. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion, and I welcome your questions.
We thank all of our witnesses for their testimonies and each of you for your commitment to this cause. I do have a short video. There are other athletes in the video that wanted to be present with us today and are unable to do so. So if the clerk will play the video.
U.S. is now investigating Chinese swimmers who tested positive for doping after the Tokyo Olympics 4 years ago.
A new doping scandal has erupted involving Olympic swimmers from China.
A New York Times investigation found 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive for the same powerful and banned substance 7 months before the Tokyo Games in 2021.
And I remember right after winning my bronze medal, I was so elated. And I walked into the media area to have an interview, and the first thing a reporter shoved a microphone in my face and asked, "Do you think the gold medalist was doping?"
Anti-doping is hugely important to me. I always took great pride in the fact that I competed clean, and even greater pride in the fact that we as a nation compete clean.
There's a lot that goes into Olympic performance, and the thought that some countries and some people aren't being held to the same standard as us is very frustrating.
I'm frustrated in sport when we see nations and systems that don't adhere to the rules as other nations do and that aren't enforced as other nations and other systems do.
The fact that we are still having to fight for the WADA code to be applied fairly across all sports, all national governing bodies is something that is extremely frustrating to me.
We are entering into probably the greatest sports decade in American history, coming up with LA 28 and Salt Lake City 2034.
These are really important in the sport of swimming, but also every sport that's going to be at the Olympic Games in our home country in 2028. So I think it's really important that we start now.
However, not all nations share our belief that honest hard work is the best path to competitive success.
As athletes, our faith can no longer be blindly placed in the world of anti-doping agency, an organization that continues to prove that it is either incapable or unwilling to enforce its policies consistently around the world.
But really what those athletes need is a level and fair playing field. Sport only works when everybody follows the rules.
Whether you're an athlete, coach, sports legislator, or simply a fan, it's important that we give clean sport the time and attention that it deserves.
In making sure that policies are applied across the board.
This is something that is super important to us. As a home games, we want it to be as clean and as fair as possible. So
now Team USA needs your help in pushing this legislation through. So please support this legislation.
It's really important to have a governing body that is enforcing the rules to each country.
I think it's really important to make sure that there's policy in place that other athletes are competing clean as well, and that the same rules are applied across the board.
The U.S. has the opportunity to lead the world movement for clean sport.
And I think we're definitely at an inflection point where we can make some positive change.
To be really on it, to be really on top of encouraging WADA to apply their standards across the board.
Reform is desperately needed to ensure that there is a level playing field.
We as Americans need to set an example for the rest of the world that competing clean and with integrity is just as important at the end of the day as winning gold.
Our message is simple. We will not be silenced for trying to promote fair play. As the largest financial contributor, the U.S. deserves to have complete confidence in their ability to regulate unlawful doping so that every athlete has a fair shot.
Senator Hickenlooper for 5 minutes of questions.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Let me start with Ms. McLaughlin again, and thank you for your dedication, your service to Team USA. It really is remarkable. You stepped inside the lines to compete for your country at the highest level. Given all that we've heard, can you can we rebuild the confidence in having a level playing field?
I think that there's definitely hope amongst us athletes that we can. It's super important to us all when we're dedicating so much of our time and our lives, and people in our lives are sacrificing for us as well, that there is potential for us too. And I think that by doing things like this and putting trust in you guys and USADA and everything, I think we're making the right steps. So.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you're a role model for so many young people. Really appreciate that. Ms. Kohler, I'm going to swing off a little bit here. Recent House settlement ruled that NCAA Division I schools must pay former athletes over $2 billion in total compensation. Football, basketball, the money flows. Not so much with swimming, track and field. While the aftermath of the House settlement is recent, some Division I schools are considering cutting funding to the they call the non-revenue sports. In the aftermath of the House settlement, what options do universities have, in your opinion, across all levels of the NCAA to grow non-revenue sports?
Well, I think there are lots of options, Senator, and thank you for that question. I think the House settlement does not need to be the death knell for Olympic and Paralympic movement sports at our colleges and universities. I think there's much more to say about this. Every school is in a different position. We know that there are different levels of athletic programs, but I think the solutions are there, and I think the idea that we have to cut Olympic and Paralympic movement programs is wrong. I think there's a lot that can be done, and I'd be very happy to follow up with you in the questions for the record to provide you with a lot of specific ideas that have been out there.
Great, we'll pursue that. And Ms. McLaughlin, again, you obviously have a vested interest in this and you've lived it firsthand. How important is it, in your opinion, to maintaining all the Olympic sports and making sure that swimming and diving, how important is that to the future competitiveness of Team USA?
Yeah, totally. I loved my time swimming in the NCAA. It was some of my most fond memories as an athlete, and I think it gives so many young swimmers and athletes something to dream of and look forward to. And yeah, I think it was an amazing experience. So thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Ms. Ledecky, when she spoke on Sunday, I think she estimated she'd swum 26,000 miles. And looked at every mile as an investment in who she was to become. And I'm sure that all of you had that same kind of commitment and that investment in yourselves, which is truly powerful for the next generation. Mr. Tygart, thank you for your work with leading the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. Is it clear that the World Anti-Doping Agency, that WADA, has lost the confidence of many athletes? I think we know what that is, but what reforms or actions do you think WADA needs to take to rebuild trust within sporting federations and athletes before the 2028 Olympics?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Listen, we hear from athletes every day, and you heard from the video, not just based here in the United States, who are frustrated, who are upset, who realize the global regulator doesn't actually have their back, in fact. And so I think the confidence has been undermined, and it's coming on the heels of the Russia state-sponsored doping. If you see in my long testimony about the weightlifting, it was biathlon before that, it was track and field before that. Here we go again, and we have to get this cleaned up to be effective going forward.
And transparency, obviously transparency and accountability.
I think the silver bullet on reform, to answer the second question, is independence. And I think with independence then flows transparency, accountability, effective use of resources, engaging in dialogue to how to better themselves, and then ultimately trust, which is the most important aspect for a system that is supposed to give confidence to athletes doing it the right way is the only way to win.
Right. And Dr. Gupta, how do you think we can build the international collaborative efforts to get back to this goal of trust?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I think it's going to be important that the United States works with other countries like-minded. We have worked within the Americas, 41 nations, where we were elected for the second time just this past April. I think we have to continue to do that with European partners, allies in New Zealand, in Australia, in Japan, and others, to make sure that, again, the transparency, accountability is first foremost in order to build that trust into WADA.
Great. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
We thank you and know you have to rush off.
I appreciate
So go make that speech well.
I will.
We're depending on him. Ms. McLaughlin, I want to come to you first. Talk to me a minute about how it made you feel when you read the New York Times expose and you felt like it was confirmed to you that you had been beat because somebody was a cheater. And here you were putting your heart and soul into your training, and you get to that moment to get that medal, and it's not there because somebody cheated you out of it.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It was devastating, honestly. I remember getting the call from USADA letting me know that the New York Times article was going to break, and I was just so taken aback and heartbroken. And I think I spent a lot of my career trusting in the powers that be, and it was really sad to find out that that's not someone who could be trusted, meaning WADA. I think a lot of my teammates and I were just pretty let down. And I think, at the end of the day, all I can control was myself and my own race, and my teammates could only control their part of the race. So that's something to kind of hold on to, but I think just pretty devastating, heartbreaking all around. But thank you.
Yes. Mr. Tygart, as we've mentioned before, as soon as the allegations came to light, I got a letter out to WADA demanding to know why they felt like they could ignore this doping, and their answer back to me was insufficient. And of course, they blame everyone but themselves, which is not a surprise to us. And they even said that there was no basis to challenge that contamination and that the source was TMZ. And so there you go. We find out, of course, that they have lied about this, and I know you've reviewed their response. I want you to just talk for a minute about why it is completely implausible that the Chinese swimmers were unwittingly contaminated.
Thank you for the question, Senator Blackburn, and for your efforts, including the introduction of the Restore Confidence WADA Act that's before this subcommittee. Listen, I think we have attempted to get answers just as you all have to what really happened. We have seen what they've produced, which is very little. They appointed a very limited review of their own actions. And you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from what he determined. And he determined that they did not prove contamination and that it was just as plausible to be intentional use. You then couple that with the fact that WADA did no investigation, just blindly accepted the factual scenario that was provided by the Chinese. And in fact, months before these positive tests showed up on their desk, they had interviewed a defector, a whistleblower from China, who had indicated to them that TMZ was being given in a systemic fashion to athletes, but yet WADA leaders never brought in their independent investigative unit. They have a 16-person, very experienced investigative unit. They were not involved at all with investigating the facts of this case. TMZ is a prescription medication in some countries. It does not just show up in the kitchen. It's unbelievable to think that, Tinkerbell showed up and sprinkled it within the kitchen. The Chinese didn't find anyone using it. They didn't find it in the food. And the amount of food, the amount of contaminated drink you would have to actually eat or consume to get these levels was a few micrograms. I think we did the analysis based on the information that's out there. It's like 11 pounds of food and over, 7 gallons of liquid in order to get the levels. And to think that Chinese athletes at the top of their game are going to do that type of diet the day before an event or the day after one event before the next day's race is just absolutely ludicrous. And it's why we've asked for the questions. Why hasn't this followed the process and the protocols that are in place?
Let me ask you this, kind of following on to that. Why do you think that WADA thought they could intimidate the U.S. and the U.S. Olympic Committee
and the Salt Lake City officials, and why was there a capitulation there?
Listen, I think it's what happened in Paris, I think you're referring to. I think it's Exhibit A of the value and the importance of independence in anti-doping enforcement. You have the perception that the IOC leveraged the giving of the Olympic Games in exchange for us bowing down, as Senator Cruz mentioned, to the supreme authority of WADA. Those shouldn't be commingled whatsoever. Now, we've been assured from the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee that it's meaningless. There was no quid pro quo in their mind, and we must give credit to the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee because they did make the independent decision to create USADA. You've heard from some of the other witnesses about the effective model of independence. They took the courage back in late 1999, early 2000 to say we're gonna be involved to help fund, but we're not gonna be involved from a decision-making standpoint. We're gonna remove the fox from guarding the hen house here in the United States. And we think, and Professor Kohler testified to it, we think that's made all the difference in enforcement. And unfortunately, that's not what has happened and occurred with the IOC and with the World Anti-Doping Agency.
All right, 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. Mr. Tiger, as you know, Utah hosted the 2002 Winter Olympics. I think by everybody's standards, it was a tremendous success, both for the state and for the Olympics. Today, imagine our pride in hosting the 2034 Games. And to us, building on that legacy that we had in 2002 is just really important. And to be honest, if you asked the average person on the street in Utah about WADA or USADA, they wouldn't know, right, what was going on. But they do know this. They want the Olympics in 2034 to be the cleanest Olympics in the history of Olympics. So what has to happen? What does WADA, can they restore trust? And to restore trust specifically, not in generalities, what do they need to do?
Listen, I think the silver bullet to restoring trust is independence. They promised an independent president and vice president. They betrayed that promise. And that was part of why the U.S. back in 2020 agreed to fund WADA, was making it more independent. That was in the legislative language to the funding that U.S. taxpayers agreed to send to WADA. And that was supposed to go into effect, but they changed the rules mid-game. A bait and switch is what happened. I do firmly believe if you put in independent president and vice president on the executive committee, which then also means it's on the foundation board, they're the same people, then we can begin the process of ensuring that it's trustworthy, that it's transparent, has accountability, and change the culture so it's not a service or lapdog to sport, but is actually a dedicated, faithful servant to clean athletes.
Great, thank you. Katie, thank you for being here today. There are not many people that have done what you did, and there are not many people who could come here today and fill the role that you're filling. I think in many ways, there are a lot of people, both in Congress and professionally, who are working on getting this fixed, but you represent the athletes. So what do we need to do so that the next person that stands on that pool deck feels like, you know what, this is going to be fair?
Thank you for your question. I don't have the specific ground rules of a plan of what I think should be done, but I think just echoing what Travis has said of independence and finding a way for the athletes to be able to trust WADA is super important. And I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, good. Well said. Dr. Gupta, we talked about transparency. In your legal opinion, right, in your professional opinion, how does that happen? And is there possible legal action under Roshiha anti-doping legislation do we need to do?
Thank you, Senator, and really appreciate the work of this committee actually on this issue. It's really critical. I do echo my colleagues' thoughts here about the true independence. I also think having the independent code compliance audits is important. I think make sure there's no conflicts of interest in the leadership of WADA is important. I think independent athletes representation is important. I think strengthening our oversight of it and having that representation. What I found is if we're not at the seat, we can impact change. And we're about the most independent, and you've heard Katie talk about what U.S. athletes do. And we want to make sure that everybody's doing it, first of all. But more importantly, we want to make sure that cheaters are not part of that system. And then, of course, engaging our corporate stakeholders and leveraging much more diplomatic channels. I think all of those things, we cannot give up our authority under the Rodchenkov Act to go after the entourage of bad actors. And that's where the supreme authority language kind of doesn't work for the United States when these games are coming to U.S., and we are so proud of those as well. Thanks.
Let me ask this. Athletes are going to get more and more innovative at cheating. What resources do we need to bring to the table to deal with that?
I think we do. Congress has to think about more resources in terms of supporting USADA's work, because I do think that more R&D and more work will be required in the future, because we have a golden decade in the United States where we will have so much more sports, but also ensuring that, I withheld the funding because we weren't getting results. So we have to be more accountable ourselves, as well as expect accountability out of WADA.
Good. Ms. Kohler, I have just a few seconds left. Would you like to weigh in on any of the questions that I've asked?
No, Senator, I think it's been well covered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I've got a couple of more questions. You all have been generous with your time, and we do appreciate it so much, because we do want to get this legislation across the line and get something on the books and be able to hold WADA to account. And we know WADA and their allies are going to fight this. As I said earlier, they've refused to come to the committee. They have refused to provide an explanation. I'm certain part of that is they don't want to be under oath and have to admit what is done. But Dr. Gupta, you've been somebody who made the decision to withhold those funds, and that was an impactful decision. And I want you to talk for the record for just a minute about why it is so important that Congress pass this legislation, give the ONDCP the permanent authority to oversee these funds, and then why it was important to withhold those funds.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Congress passed the authority, and the first Trump administration gave us the authority to withhold. We exercised that for the right reasons. I think it's really important in legislation to ensure that ONDCP has that oversight authority to work in conjunction closely with USADA, as well as the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic committees, to ensure that American athletes are getting a level playing field. And only once that is done is we pay our dues. Of course, WADA isn't a favor of conditional dues payment, because the argument is, well, every country will do that, but not every country is paying $3.6 million, and that's matched by IOC, which is over $7 million. So it's a large amount. I do think we have to have both the ability to withhold funds, but also appropriate representation on the governing bodies of WADA, so we can hold folks accountable, as well as address the bureaucratic aspects. Sometimes, as we saw with this scandal, that often becomes the reason for delaying or deferring or deflecting really incompetence and malfeasance.
Thank you. Mr. Tigert, I want to ask you about, I think it's Yannick Sinner and that case. And of course, that had to do with the International Tennis Integrity Agency, and they determined that there was a positive test for a banned steroid. And then they decided that Sinner bore no fault or negligence for the positive test. And then WADA, about a month later, announced that it would appeal that decision. And so you've got the athlete and WADA entering into a resolution that resulted in a 3-month ban. But it seems that WADA approached that very differently from how they approached the Chinese swimmers case. And I don't know if you have insight into why you think they would have approached these cases so differently.
It's impossible based on what we've seen to give even speculation of why they were approached so differently and what was so distressing and why you hear some of the world's top tennis players so outspoken about the unfairness now that they perceive in tennis was because how WADA treated this center case where they appealed it, rattled the sabers that it should be a 1 to 2 year suspension, and then on the eve of the hearing cut a deal with a very rarely used provision, and in their explanation attempted to say there were 67 other cases where they treated it similarly. We've went out and tried to find those cases, and they're nowhere to be found. And so it raises once again this idea that WADA is unilaterally making decisions not in line with the transparency, the disclosure rules, which are absolutely mandatory. And I neglected to say it earlier, but make no mistake on the Chinese cases, even if there was contamination, Madam Chairwoman, they still had to announce those cases. They still had to disqualify those athletes. So there is no justifiable reason, these basic rules of transparency, even if it was contamination, which of course we don't believe that it was, and Cartier decided it wasn't necessarily proven, they still had to disclose them.
I want to ask you about something in your testimony. You said China has paid an extra $1.8 million. That's much more than their required dues, and they've done that since 2018, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 22, the Chinese earmarked $500,000 specifically for investigations in intelligence. And WADA turned a blind eye to every bit of this and allowed the Chinese swimmers to go ahead and come in. So do you believe there was a quid pro quo?
It's impossible to answer. However, what is clear is the perceived, at best case for WADA, the perceived conflict of, on the one hand, accepting, in addition to what you just mentioned, they have a private sponsorship with ATNA, the biggest Chinese, it's the Nike of China that also sponsors the Chinese swim team and the Chinese Olympic team. So they're getting extra gifts from China on the one hand, including the $500,000 you mentioned for specifically for investigation effort. And then on the other hand, they don't apply the rules, even if you believed it was contamination to China, and don't even investigate the facts that came across their desk. So at a minimum, the perception of that is what's destroying the credibility in this system.
Well, indeed it has. And I want to thank each of you for being here today and for your testimony and for your patience as we were running back and forth to the Capitol for votes. I will remind all of our senators on this committee that they have until the close of business on June 24th to submit their questions for the record. And then you, as our witnesses, will have until July 8th to respond to each of those. This concludes our hearing today. The committee stands adjourned.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for coming. Appreciate your being here. This is a vitally important topic that affects every area of our economy, every area of our society, who we are, what kind of a nation we will be over the next 20, 50, and 100 years. So it's critically important. It's front set. We couldn't have picked a better time to talk about this given all the debates that are going on in Washington right now about immigration. And so we were inspired to do this study because we care a lot about what's going to happen to the U.S. economy. And so I have with us Richard Vedder, who many of you know as one of the top economists in the country. He is, are you still teaching at Ohio? What are you? What is your status at Ohio?
I teach. They don't pay me. I refuse to go away.
We love Richard because he works cheap. Just kidding. He and I work together at the adjoining. Yeah, exactly. Can't get around the old minimum wage. And so Rich Vedder has written about migration issues, economic issues, immigration issues, state policy, all of these things. So he's been really one of the world's experts on immigration. Dennis Nixon is with IBC Bank. He is so knowledgeable about how important immigration is to the economy in Texas and around the country. And so I wanted Dennis to, he's the one who brought me to the border in Laredo, and boy, was that an eye-opening experience to see all the goods and services that come in over that border. And so we'll each maybe speak for 10 minutes. And we'll talk about the study and et cetera, and then we will take whatever questions and comments that you have. We want this to be as interactive as possible. So, Rich, why don't you start? We need more people to do that.
We need that. That's another thing we need, more babies. This is probably not the occasion to try to promote that, or at least correct it. And orgy at 300.
Let's stay on the subject.
Yeah. He's getting in the gutter already. It's 1 minute into the presentation. So let me just say 5 factoids. There are, this study is just filled with interesting facts. I just picked 5.
Gotta make sure it's on.
Can you hear me better now? Here's 5 factoids from the study. There are many others, but I just picked 5 out almost randomly. Nearly half of the growth in the labor force of the United States over the last decade, half, has been immigrants. 48%, I think. Factoid number 2. If native-born Americans had the same propensity to work as immigrants, we would have 11 million more workers in the American economy right now. 11 million more. That's a lot. 3, immigrants or their children were importantly involved in the creation of 47% of the top 500 companies as measured by the Fortune 500. 47%. That's not only the immigrants themselves, but the children of immigrants. The children of the immigrants are the ultimate force. I mean, the quantum force, I think, more than any generation of people. Fourth, of the original magnificent 7 high-tech trillion-dollar companies, and now we added an 8th recently with Broadcom. There are 8 companies over $1 trillion in capitalization. 4 of those 8, their CEOs are immigrants. 4 out of 8, half of them. So we're at the cutting edge of economic progress in the United States. Fifth, per capita income in the 10 states in the Union with the largest proportion of immigrants is 40% higher than in the 10 states in the Union with the lowest proportion of immigrants. High immigrant states had per capita income is roughly $72,000 versus $52,000, $20,000 higher income. Now, I'm not going to claim that immigration was the cause of all of that, but it shows that immigrants have been highly associated with the most dynamic aspects of the American economy. If all of the Americans were like immigrants, we would be tearing this world apart. We are to some extent, but we would be doing it a lot more. We would be worried quite as much about China. We wouldn't be worrying quite as much about Russia. Let's keep to domestic policy and not get into foreign policy. So that is my message. I wrote my first paper on immigration and migration in 1970, and I gave my first paper on immigration at the Soviet Academy of Sciences in then Leningrad, the Tarita Palace in Leningrad, gorgeous place, by the way. And by the way, going to an academic meeting in Russia is really an experience. At the opening banquet of the 1,100 people who showed up, 500 of them at least were on the floor before the evening's over because everyone got a full bottle of vodka to drink, and most of them did. I've been in this immigration game for a long, long time. And arguing in my early studies, I argued, where do immigrants move when they come to the United States? Well, they go where the jobs are, where the job opportunities are. We say the same thing today. Immigrants had lower crime rates. Everyone said, oh, immigrants are a bunch of criminals. And you know, obviously there are some immigrants who are criminals, but they're relative to the American population, that's just a false statement. So most of the characterizations of immigrants in a negative sense are false or minimally exaggerated. And we have been blessed from day one, 1607. By the way, you know, those first people who came here were immigrants and have been immigrants. The nation has lived on immigration. John F. Kennedy, he didn't actually say that. He said it on a book titled, A Nation of Immigrants. Someone ghostwrote the book for him. But the Kennedys are a good example of an immigrant family. And there are people, the Carnegies, and you just go on and on and on. This nation was really built on immigration. And why we are turning our backs on immigrants is beyond me. And sure, we should deal with illegal immigration. We should stomp out people who break the law. But we need to stimulate legal immigration, and we could do it. And if we here's my idea. Can I give my idea? I'm going to do it.
I heard it, so I'm a little nervous.
No. I'm going to do it anyway. I have tenure. If we let into the United States every business day of the year, 250 business days of the year, if we sold 8,000 visas on the New York Stock Exchange, pure market, I don't know what they would be. bring. The idea is the holders of these visas would have the equivalent of a green card right away and then have a path to citizenship. Somewhat similar to the Trump golden visa idea. We sell them on the market. What will people pay? Well, people pay $20,000, $25,000 to cross the border illegally. You know, Dennis probably, you know, I'll let Dennis speak to that. You're in the king of that area. You're the experts on this. If they'll pay $25,000 to come in this country illegally, wouldn't you think they pay maybe $50,000 a year to get a right to citizenship ultimately? And I think they would. Do the math. 8,000 a day, 250 days a year. That's 2 million visas. At 50,000 apiece, that's $100 billion. Over 10 years, that's $1 trillion. What would $1 trillion do to the current budget hassle that we're having in Washington right now? It would lower the deficit, you get rid of the deficit, you could make big fights over SALT deductions and all this other trivial stuff would, I would say totally disappear, but dramatically reduce. And every day you could see, how is America doing? We would read, visas were up $250 today because of a proposed new tax cut. Or visas were down $400 today because of Mississippi River flooding. You know, we'd get a value on the American society, a dollar market, a market value. Wouldn't that be cool? I think so. I've said enough. My 10 minutes is up.
Better. Okay, so let me kind of dovetail off of that. First of all, just to be clear, we're talking about legal immigration, not illegal immigration. I'm good friends with Tom Homan, who is the board an amazing job in terms of in just 3 months, he's basically secured the border. So this is something that they wanted to see, so I congratulate him. He's done a very humane way, and I've always believed that once you got the border secure, that I think Americans will do the favor of a lot of the immigration policies that we endorse in this study. So we're really focused on people who come in the lawful way, and one good way to reduce illegal immigration is to increase visas for legal immigration. By the way, we know that from history that when we've opened the doors wider, illegal immigration goes down. When we restrict legal immigration, illegal immigration goes up. So now is a good time for us to expand legal immigration. Now, one of the themes that I want to emphasize is that, I've worked very closely with Donald Trump over the last 8 years. I was senior economic advisor to Trump. I talked very closely. I'm in constant contact with the people in the Treasury and the people at the Council of Economic Advisors. I mean, see, they're all friends of mine and talking constantly. The goal for many of the problems we face in the country right now, including the massive deficits that are So the goal is to solve a lot of problems, especially the massive debt problem, is to increase the economic growth rate to 3%. And if we can increase the economic growth rate to 3%, I see my friend Grover Norquist is in the back here. Grover understands this. The faster we grow the economy, the more we reduce the deficit. If you get a 3% growth rate, you're going to reduce the debt over the next 10 years by somewhere between $2 and $3 trillion. So that would have a bigger impact than all of the spending cuts they're talking about. So economic growth is absolutely critical. Now, one of the main points we make in the study is that, and I learned a lot of my economics from Richard Vedder, economic growth if I get this wrong, economic growth is basically associated with two major things. One is the number of people who are working in the country, and the second is the productivity of the workers who are working. And immigration contributes to both of those things, productivity of workers and obviously adding to the labor force. The key statistic that Rich Vedder just cited, which really blew me away, by the way, when we started, the two of us have worked on this issue for 30 years. I hadn't looked at the data over the last 10 years, so I was not sure what we would find. And some of the statistics really did blow me away, that almost half of all net new workers in the U.S. economy over the last 10 or 15 years have been due to the foreign-born coming here and working here. So, and there's no question right now, if you look at the labor situation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dennis, but that we do not have a shortage of jobs in this country. We have a shortage of workers. There's no question about it. There's 6.5 million job openings, and we're going to get a lot more as the economy continues to improve. There are 10,000 Americans who are retiring every single day. 10,000. I was born in 1960. That was the peak year for births. And ever since then, birth rates have come down. And so when you have 10,000 people retiring every day, I guarantee you there are not 10,000 Americans entering the workforce every day. And so now, another related point to this. Single biggest issue in the whole world that nobody's paying attention to, it's a catastrophic development, is the massive reduction in birth rates around the world. And we are old enough to remember the the population bomb and all that? We're not facing a population bomb today, we're facing a population implosion, especially in every single developed country in the world. There may be one or two exceptions, but birth rates in Europe, birth rates in Japan, Korea, even China now has an inverted pyramid. They have a massive number of older people and fewer younger people to support them. There's one country in the world that has a demographic safety valve, and that's the United States. Because we're the one country in the world that everybody in the world wants to come to. So we can essentially import young people. One of the economic advantages of immigration that's often overlooked is the age profile of immigrants. Immigrants come to the United States when they are young. So the typical immigrant comes into the country between the ages of 18 and 40, right in the sweet spot. It means that we didn't have to pay their expenses, in terms of their rearing and their education. Other countries, immigration is a form of reverse foreign aid, right? They educate these people and then they come to the United States and we get them and we get their work. So there's no way we can get to 3% growth, I'm going to say it again, unless we continue to allow immigrants in at a rising pace. Right now we let in about 1 million per year. There's no doubt in my mind we could easily double that and absorb that number very easily. I like Richard Vedder's idea of, this is now really being discussed in the White House, which is, they call them what do they call those? Just put them up for auction. And I'm not saying we get rid of all the other categories. This should be on top of the current immigration system. I think, by the way, some of these people pay $5 million for a U.S. passport. Let's see what the market. Let's see what the market. To have an auction system. And but there are other couple of programs that I want to mention because we feel strongly about them. One is there's a seasonal worker program. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know the exact number, about 150 to 200,000. You come in 4 or 5 months for the year. If you go out to the eastern shore here for the beaches, you're going to find that most of the people are working as waiters, waitresses, people in the kitchens, lifeguards, Eastern Europeans, and so on. It's a great program. They don't take jobs from Americans. They come for 4 months. They make a good paycheck, and then they go back, and then they come back. So we want to make sure. And by the way, does anybody know which employer in this country, the most famous employer in the country that uses these seasonal worker visas? Donald J. Trump. Because Trump, right? He couldn't run Mar-a-Lago and his compound there in New Jersey without them. So we should do that. We have another program called the EB5 program that we're really promoting, and that's similar to what you were talking about. These are people who invest, I think the amount, I don't remember, I think it's $1 million. Is it $1 million? Yeah, $1 million, and you have to create a certain number of jobs, like 10 jobs, and you have to do that in either a inner city or rural area that's been depressed. And that program has worked very well, so we should continue to expand that. And then, the H-1B visas, which are the brainiacs, as Larry Kudlow calls them, is an important one too. One last point, and then I'll turn it over to Dennis. For those of you who get our hotline in the morning, you may have seen this, but it's a pretty amazing statistic. Anybody who's watching the NBA playoffs, we're in the championship series right now, can relate to this. The United States, we have every great basketball, the greatest basketball players in the world play here in the NBA. I don't know if you're aware of this. The last 7 NBA MVPs have been foreigners. The last 7 from Cameroon, from I think what's his name? The guy on the Oklahoma City. It's a hard name to pronounce. He's from Canada. So it's amazing. And it's a little microcosm of how we really truly get the most talented people in the world. And that's like exactly what's happening in Silicon Valley. Many of the most talented people who are inventing all these incredible products in AI, robotics, and so on, they are immigrants. So they're not just forming the companies, but they're also working for them. So for all these reasons, we want more legal immigration, more visas for legal immigrants, secure the border, get rid of the bad people, get rid of the criminals, get rid of the drug runners, but let's open the doors wide. And so the person who knows more about this on the front line than anybody I know is Dennis Hickman, because Dallas or Houston, where's your home? Laredo. Okay, because I met up with you at Dallas, but Dennis brought me down to Laredo. If you've never been there, it's the most amazing experience to see what's really going on at the border and how dependent we are, not just on immigrants, but also the produce and all of the products that come in across that border. So tell people about your perspective on this whole issue.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you very much for including me in the process. And I want to congratulate you and your team once again for bringing this new document forward, because people need to understand, and you've done a good job of putting this perspective in place. And so it's really important, especially now when we have so much controversy over immigration. Unfortunately, I got involved in it a long time ago because of the workforce issues, and I thought this was naturally a conservative issue because we're workforce people and we want to see the country grow. And as you pointed out, people plus productivity equals GDP. You know, I mean, people, you're not going to have any growth, and so you got to have those people in the country to grow. We all want to grow. We all want to be able to succeed and prosper in the future, and so the immigrants are a key part of that. And this tragedy of demographics that Steve alluded to, which I think is the elephant in the room, it started a long time ago with a guy that wrote the population bomb, Paul Ehrlich. And he was basically an environmentalist, and all the things he talked about were basically false. All the demographers at the time basically said he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he promoted that idea. And that's the scary part of what I see. And what I see today is misinformation campaigns and false stuff gets put out. And now with social media, we even do it at a higher level than we've done in the past. And I see on the border, I've lived on the border since 1970. My office is within an eye shot of the border, and my home is a few miles north of that. We've seen the border go from basically a backward country like third world to now a modern society because of trade and all the things that have gone on since the NAFTA and then USMCA agreements have come in place. And we've seen the growth of the North American economy dramatically improve. We're approaching $30 trillion, 500 million people in this economy at the north. Mexico, Canada, the United States, people are prospering. And so we can grow and develop, but we do need the people. And so when I saw the things going on in trade, we never really addressed the need for the people to come here and work here and be a part of this economy. We have free flow of trade in materials and products, but we don't have free flow of people and the ability to manage that. So all of this has to be managed. So a lot of people want open borders and want the free flow, and I think Biden, with all, proved that that doesn't work. You get too many bad people coming into the economy along with the good people who just want to come here and work and contribute to society. So we're very much interested in promoting solid immigration reform. And so one of the battles we've had over the years is everybody wants to secure the border. And I say, how do you secure the border until you have good immigration reform? Because immigration reform should be matching the workforce that we need to the people that we admit, and that we should be in charge of our immigration, not have the coyotes and all the people who prosper from illegal immigration be in charge of our immigration policy. That's what's been going on for the last several decades. We don't control the immigration. The cartels and the people who manage these people coming across manage that for us. And so then we're about catch and release and all the other things that go on with all the negatives concerning the border. So as one who's lived through this, lived through the Biden administration, We have banking offices. I'm in the banking business. We're the largest bank headquartered on the Texas-Mexican border. We have branches that run all the way from Del Rio, Texas in the west to Brownsville, Texas in the southeast. We basically hug the Rio Grande River, and we've watched and seen the development of this area over the years that have gone from, as I said, almost a third world country status to now a modern community with dynamic growth and dynamic prosperity based almost solely on trade and the development of trade. So people who don't want us to continue with USMCA and cut off these trade agreements don't realize that above all, it's made us competitive. One of the things that we cannot forget, if we can control all the things we want to do in the United States, if we can't be competitive with the rest of the world by doing outsourcing and using the resources of offshore folks, we're not going to stay competitive. So we must do that. But as Steve pointed out, and you point out, we have to have people in this country to be able to succeed. And when we have birth rates below 1.7, it takes 2.1 births per female to maintain the population. All of the developed countries of the world have fallen below that. So we're gradually running out of people in terms of workforce. And then we have labor participation rates that are 62%, which is terrible. We need people in these jobs, and people are out all the time trying to create jobs. As Steve pointed out, we don't have enough people to fill the jobs now. So we want to bring all this manufacturing and all this stuff back to the United States, and we already have 500,000 shortage in manufacturing jobs, people to fill those jobs. The jobs are there, but there are no people to fill them. And by 2033, I've seen data that says that number will rise to 2 million. And that doesn't consider all of the effort we're having right now bringing jobs back to the Americans. So personally, I think that the best solution for us is massive immigration reform, matching people to our workforce needs, organized and managed based upon our standards and our values, and also the fact that we want to continue to develop the North American trade community, because that's how we can build the economy of the future, using all the resources of all three countries. Mexico has some competitive advantages. Canada has some competitive advantages. We have competitive advantages. When we put them together, the process is far better than it is alone. So we talk about automobiles. How do we build an automobile today that's competitive in the world? So if we bring it all back to the United States and we end up with high-cost cars, we might be able to buy them in the United States, but who's going to buy them in the export market? If somebody builds a car using outsourcing, the Japanese or the Germans or anybody, they're going to underpin our ability to be competitive. And one of the things that I get frustrated in all this discussion, especially when it comes to tariff and trade, at the end of the day, you have to be competitive. You can do all the hometown stuff you want, but if you can't produce a product and beat your competitor, you're not going to win. So any of us that are in business understands that. I've been in the banking business for 60 years, believe it or not, and I've been CEO of my company this year 50 years. And in that period of time, I've had to be competitive every year I've been in business. And if I'm not, I lose my business to my competitors. So anything that we do in this country that does not maintain focus on being competitive, we're going to get behind the 8 ball, and it'll just be a matter of time before we lose our way. The way we stay competitive is by using all of these resources where people have comparative advantage, and we can access them and manage that, and that we access the immigrants of this world. As Steve pointed out, people want to come here. We can be selective on how we bring them here and how we use those ones. I believe we need somewhere around 650 or 700,000, as I would call, basic workers, the guys who do the women who do the dirty work in our kitchens, our hotels, our golf courses, all the things that go on every day that we don't want to do in America today. I am over 200 people short in my company today because we can't find people to work. Over 200. I have a workforce of about 2,200 people. So we're about 10% short, and we continuously work to try to build our ability to retain people, keep people. But when you don't have that workforce available, you can't make it work. And in our part of the world where there's a lot of ranching and agriculture and other things going on, a lot of what I would call dirty jobs going on, finding people to take those jobs today is near impossible. Talk to anybody in the trades, construction companies, talk about people in our warehousing area, our logistics centers, trying to get people to find in those jobs. It's just practically impossible. So great job, Steve, on this paper. You've done a wonderful job, and hopefully people will take it to heart and do something with it. We do need this workforce, and we have to recognize the demographic problem we're facing. You look at places like Japan, by 2050, they will have lost 25% of their population. Lost 25% of their population. And we're in the same boat. Our fertility rate in this country is down below 1.7 now. There's been no country that's been able to turn that around. There's a couple of them tried, Singapore, France, but they've never been able to move the dial. But once that happens, you're basically stuck with a downward momentum of that process. And as Steve said, the only way we can overcome that is because we're such an attractive place to come and live and work. We can attract the immigrants from around the world.
By the way, one of the things we found in the study is that even though we have a low birth rate, it would be a lower if it weren't for immigrants, because immigrants have higher fertility rates than Americans do. So let's open up for questions, comments. Maybe we can start with Grover in the back.
One question is, do other countries find immigration as valuable to them, or is it what we do here that makes immigrants more valuable? But I think I hear people talk about immigration and they get mad at two things. We have welfare, which keeps people from going to, native-born Americans from going to work, and then they say the reason they're not working is some immigrant took their job when they're enticed by welfare not to get the job. And organized labor prices labor above the market and then has to set up tariffs to protect that. They lose jobs not to China but to southern states that have right to work. So we have very flawed labor law, thank you labor union bosses, and we have very flawed welfare programs, and that people see the problems there and then decide that's immigrants, when in point of fact it's completely different.
Well, I'll take a quick stab at this first. I mean, my position has always been immigration, yes, welfare, no. So the deal should be, if you want to immigrate to the United States, we've got a great deal for you. We've got the jobs that are available. You can make a great life for yourself. But I don't think, people who come in and immigrate to the United States should be eligible for welfare programs. I don't think. And by the way, there'd be no shortage of people who want to come under those conditions. So that's one thing. The second point I would make, that we didn't really get into the study, but it really is important. Immigrants are very, very valuable in terms of their effect on the fiscal situation. And that is because as soon as immigrants come in, those 19, 20, 21-year-olds who you hire, they immediately start paying payroll taxes, Social Security taxes. And yet they don't come with, if they come with their parents aren't eligible for the program. So there's this one generation benefit to the program, because by the time they retire, then they have kids who are paying into the system. You see, so if you want to solve the Social Security problem in the shortfall, you need continued immigration, no question about it. And that is a big factor in keeping the system solvent. But I don't know if you guys have any comment on that.
I agree exactly with everything Steve said, of course. There's something that's a little amusing that's tangential to this but relates to it. There are some people out there who are really pro-immigrant, but they're afraid to say so. They're afraid because they may offend certain groups. My best example, you have to remember a guy named Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton was president of the United States. William Jefferson Clinton. Jefferson, don't forget the Jefferson. Bill Clinton, on page 453 of his latest book, co-authored with a novelist called James Patterson, on page 453 of the book called First Gentleman, Bill Clinton, the fictional president of the United States in this book, says we need more immigrants, and says we need 1 million more a year, and we ought to get out there and get them, and it'll solve all kinds of welfare problems, public assistance problems. This is what the Bill Clinton novelist is telling us. Whether he actually wrote that or not, who knows? But there is a public out there, I think, that when they examine the matter closely, realize there's a lot of win-win here.
On that note, I've been looking at survey data for the last 50 years on this issue. If you ask people, what do you think about immigration in general, most Americans are in favor of immigration, but they're a little uneasy about it, as your point is. If you ask them, what do you think about the immigrants you know personally? Oh, it's off the charts. Oh, they're fantastic people. So some of it is kind of the unknown quality. But let me kind of throw this over to you, Dennis. Higher immigrants, legal immigrants, does the quality of the work
are here to work. They're looking for a way to find success in life that they have not been able to find where they came from. And so there's also a terrible myth out there that they're all going to be Democrats.
The two things that I'm very much concerned about is what is the investment we're making in Americans that are here, right? Because if we continue to just leave the social state as it is, right, then we have these concentration of people that are under perform, right, and this see America doesn't work for them, right? Yet we have this major investment we could make, and I believe we need a balanced approach, right? Because the opportunity for the American worker is this transforming economy, which I hear nobody talking about, right? Where we need more analysts and more kinds of people. So I think the two things we have to look at and would like you to comment on is, one, what investment do we make in American workers to make sure they're skilled for the new economy? And then second of all, we need to reform the social state, right? We just can't continue to give people handouts and expect that they're going to be part of the society. And the third is the endowments, right? Where we have let all this money accumulate in a tax-free status and not doing the things that it should do. And maybe that is a source of the revenue to come back and help American workers.
Yeah, I think clearly you've got to do all the above. That's factual. I mean, we need to do more to enrich our workforce and give them opportunities to succeed. But we have a raw numbers problem here. So that's why we got to do all the above. We've got to bring people into the workforce who heretofore for some reason because of social support or the idea that you can get welfare indefinitely without having to work if you're able-bodied. We've got to stop those things. We've got to get our labor participation rate up at least into the mid-60s to be successful. But we have a raw numbers problem. If we have 1 million unfilled jobs in this country, we've got to find ways to get people to work, and then we've got to bring people in to help that process and create a competitive environment where people want to participate, and that's not what's happening today.
The employment population ratio, which is similar to what we're talking about, the percentage of adults who work, say between the ages of 16 and 65, what percentage work? In 2000, and I'm going from memory here, and I'm a million years old, so my memory is almost as old as Grover back there. I'm older than you, Grover. In 2000, we had 66% of Americans working in this employment population rate. It went down to 60 over time. Part of it because of these things we're talking about here. Malfunctioning welfare system, for example. We're paying people not to work, that sort of thing. That has grown apace in the last generation or two. So we got to stop that. We got to reverse that. And we can do it partly by reforming the welfare system. We can do it through a lot of these things that were mentioned. And we should do those things. But immigration is easy. There are people begging to come into this country. If we did what I suggested and, tack on an extra fee or so and brought in a lot of immigrants, we could use some of that money for immigration enforcement. We could use some of this money for border enforcement. We could do all that. But we also could then have the resources to do other things. Keep low taxes, for example. The Trump tax cut 2017. Are we going to maintain that or not? All those problems don't totally disappear, but they're eased enormously by immigration. We should do it.
Right.
Just with regard to we need to help the American people, just looked it up. There are already thousands of government training programs. So that's not where the shortage is or the problem is. Every time, like NAFTA, when they put it in, the first thing they did was create hundreds of training programs. And I assure you, they're not effective. But that is said, what do you say to Steve Miller? I mean, we're all mostly in agreement, but what can we say to him?
Stephen Miller's a friend of mine. I worked on the campaign with him in 2016. He's a smart guy. He and I don't necessarily see eye to eye on immigration. I think what we need to do is, the tricky issue is, what do you do about illegal immigrants who are here working? And they haven't broken any laws except coming in illegally. I don't know what the best solution to that is. I don't think deporting them is necessarily the right situation. I do believe we should deport the bad actors. But look, most of the immigrants in this country are legal. They're not illegal. And so my view is competition is a good thing, that Americans have to compete with immigrants raises everybody's game. Just like in the NBA, having the top people. The one thing I would add to what you were saying is that if you look over time, what you tend to find is immigrants, when they come in, all the qualities that you described: hardworking, incredibly industrious, often entrepreneurs, starting little businesses. But one of the greatest benefits of immigrants is the children of immigrants, because the children of immigrants tend to be unbelievably successful in the country. And then you get a regression to the mean. And so if you don't have immigrants, you're not going to have the children. So when you talk, in the study, we talk about all these businesses that were started by immigrants. Many of them were, but even more were started by the children of immigrants. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, Henry Ford was a child of an immigrant.
I didn't know that.
Did you know that? Yeah, I must admit I didn't know that myself, but he was born in Nova Scotia or somewhere. His father was or something. Generation after generation of people, of great entrepreneurs. Who are the great entrepreneurs? We mentioned Carnegie a little bit ago. A lot of them are immigrants, but a lot of them are children of immigrants. Of the 47, one of our factoids here, about half of those people running Fortune 500 companies are immigrant or their children. About half of those are the kids. It's not the immigrants, it's the kids. That is the ultimately most successful generation in history. After the second, as Steve says, after the second generation, they learn American habits and become a little less entrepreneurial, a little less hardworking. The first generation works like the dogs, but they don't often have the language skills, the interacting skills. They don't have the top jobs. So they're at a bit of a disadvantage. They overcome a lot of it in the course of their time here.
Just quickly, I believe we need comprehensive immigration reform which addresses all these elements. I think some of it can be handled by visa activities, but you need a pathway and a process in place where people come, they spend a certain amount of time on an immigration status, and then they build their ability to eventually possibly move to legal status and the citizenship. some people say, well, we never want to be their citizens, but I believe it's sort of like the rental car thing. You know, do you want to own the car or do you want to rent the car? And the people who own the car seem to take care of it better than the people who rent the car. So I think when you talk about people being here and having a right to achieve citizenship at some point, you're creating a bedrock institutional value there that lives on forever and ever. If you never let them have that option, then they don't go there. But I think a lot of people were just happy to come because we are the best place in the world to live and work and to succeed. The American dream still is alive, and people want that. So I think there's plenty of opportunities. But we have to have comprehensive immigration reform, well thought out and put into law, because all these little programs are burdensome, bureaucratic, difficult, time-wise to get done. When you try to bring somebody into the country, it's a bureaucratic mess, and you spend fortunes on paperwork and legal processes, and it's very aggressive. We just can't operate that way.
So, we have a bunch of visa programs that should be expanded. We have the H-1B program, which is a no-brainer. Those are the brainiacs, the people working in Silicon Valley. Although some people oppose that program, I don't quite understand why. But these are, highly skilled computer experts and technology people and engineers. So, wouldn't you agree that's pretty much a no-brainer? Yeah. It's just it's all gravy to us. It's a huge benefit to the country. But then you have, you want to stop illegal immigration? Let's have an agriculture program. It just lets when we did that in the 50s and early 60s, we had zero illegal immigration. So I do believe zero program, right? So now that got a bad name because some of the abuses of the program, but for the most part, it's successful. We also need, I mentioned the EB-5 program. Why wouldn't we let people who want to come in, invest $1 million or $2 or $3 million, go into an inner city? We have a lot of examples in our piece about these amazing businesses that have been started, and it gets to your point about what were we doing for the native-born Americans. Well, if you invest $1 million in inner city Detroit and you help create jobs there, that's going to benefit natives. So, but I agree with you entirely. We need more people.
One thing on just the quality of the immigration people status is I'm on the board of MD Anderson and the board of visitors in Houston, leading cancer center in the world. 1 in 6 of our scientists are born in the United States. 1 in 6 born. 1 in 6. All 5 others outside the United States.
5 out of 6 are foreign born.
1 of the 6 are born in the United States.
Wow, that's amazing. All right, any more? We're running out of time. Hold on, let me.
Why wasn't education included in your study? We've got 1.1 million international students studying in the U.S. They bring tremendous value to our economy, and they've been educated and learned language, all of that. Why wouldn't we want to pursue them into legal immigration pathways?
Well, yeah, I'm responsible for leaving that out, I guess. I don't know, Steve, don't blame me. No, it's a good question. As a university professor, I don't know how any university, we're finding this with this Trump attempt to in foreign visas and so forth. Harvard, would not exist without foreigners. And even my little rinky-dink mid-quality state university in the middle of Appalachia, we would die if we didn't have immigrants here. So we should, and why didn't we do it in the study? I don't know. Well, I do know. We wanted to get this thing out in a timely fashion. We had a little bit of time and we had limited resources. If we could make this 50 pages instead of 25 or 30, we also wanted a study that was easy for people to read and they could read quickly. And yeah, we would have, it's a great suggestion.
So just a couple quick thoughts. One is I want to thank the people who made this study possible. One was IBC for supporting this. Another is Stand Together. So thanks so much for helping support this. And then the other is Rural Foundation. So we're very grateful for their financial support to do this. And hopefully this will be the first of many studies. And you make a good point about, we bring these people to some other top universities from around the world, then we make them go home. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's just stupid.
Stupid.
Okay, we've got time for one or two more quick questions. Somebody who hasn't, then you will promise that.
These facts presented, but it looks to me like the arguments are having to swim upstream in today's environment. Somebody said, how do you sell it to Stephen Miller? But it goes way beyond that, because there seems to be a perception in the public immigration is bad and NAFTA is bad, and both concepts are wrong. I worked on the framework agreement that led up to NAFTA, and I know a little bit about it. And that's my one point of major divergence with our president. But how do we sell these arguments?
And I think the studies are pretty clear. Americans love our heritage. They understand the contributions that we must make. Now, there are some who feel very strongly that way, but I do think, on balance, these have to be. I think most would say yes. The problem is that, frankly, and I'm not a special critical person, but no president in modern times has destroyed our immigration system other than Joe Biden. Like you're saying, anybody can come in, they get loans, they can come in, we brought their benefits to them. So, you understand that you are, but, we have to have a secure border. We just have to. And once you get that, I think Americans will be.
I agree. Yeah, basically, the border is secure. I mean, the actions Trump took just dropped this thing down to a trickle, and the reality of it is sending people back when they come here and they don't have a right to be here has stopped it. People have had to pay 6, 10, 12, 15. Some of the Asian people are paying as much as $50,000 to cross the border, controlled by the cartels. They have no ability to repeat that cost. And so they gave up. Social media says stay home because you're going to be set back, you spend all that money, all that risk, and it's over. I mean, one of the big areas where it was always in the newspapers and on TV was Eagle Pass, Texas. And the reality of it is there's no people coming. And because you get set back and you've spent $10,000 or $15,000 that you've had to put together for maybe 7 or 8 or 10 years and then make that trip and you've lost that money, you don't do it again. And so the economics of this thing with Trump's actions have killed it, and now we need a process that's going to grow the immigrant population by reasonable immigration reform, which we just have not been able to get done.
We should have North America as one big free trade zone, no question about it. I think everybody done. Okay, one last. These two, and then we'll. So you go, and then you go, and then.
Fair higher education system, right? We're not producing graduates when more than half of our graduates are non-STEM, and we are non-STEM. So our college and university system is still a liberal arts system in a tech-based world. So we've got to make that investment to encourage people, and because the worst thing we're doing for people right now.
What's with our universities? Why are they becoming a sociologist?
I have a book on that. If you just came out. You got another hour? I spoke for an hour yesterday. I was speaking on that. Hell. Yeah. No, he's absolutely, totally right. Our universities are totally dysfunctional now. I've been teaching for 60 years. I was teaching on the day John F. Kennedy was assassinated, on November 22nd, 1963. That's over 60 years ago. I was in the Old Testament of the Bible. Absolutely, we've lost our way. Universities have lost their way, and I've written a 200-page book, but I think we're out of time, so I can't go into detail. What is it? Let colleges fail. The power of creative destruction in higher education.
Last question, and then we'll break
you mentioned that if we had a labor force participation rate like what these immigrants sort of bring, that there could be potentially millions more people working in America. I think a lot of our friends on the populist side say that, look, if we restricted immigration, it would create what they would call a tight labor market. Employers would be forced to raise wages, and they would get all these Americans working. What's wrong with that description?
Nobody better. So, I'm thinking we hold down wages, and isn't that going to be bad for American workers? That's always the answer to everything, and everything that we've seen in our surveys with people coming and going, wages becomes really the second, third, or fourth big element in somebody's life. They want a job that's meaningful, a career that's meaningful, and they want work that's useful to them and the people around them. And so that process just doesn't work. And it's really a myth that's been created by those people who think you could just turn a dollar number on and you're going to solve the problem. You don't solve the problem that way.
No, he's absolutely right. The empirical evidence does not.
On wages, what's the empirical evidence?
I'm 84 years old. I don't remember all this stuff up here. But the basic data show wages are not depressed by immigration. Indeed, the period in American history where we had tremendous immigration, between, say, 1870 and 1920, before we even had immigration restriction, was a period of the greatest growth in wages in this country's history. It was a period when we went to becoming the #1 nation in the world. This nation was built on immigration, and wages went up a lot in that period. People bought their first car in that period. They got their first toilet, indoor toilet in that period. I could go on and on and on. Not that immigration isn't the reason we have indoor plumbing, but it contributed to it. It really did.
Good point. All right. Thank you, everybody. The study is available online, and appreciate everybody coming out today. And we are going to increase legal immigration and make American economy great again. Thank you.
We got to go pretty quick.